do select your Minecraft and then do Control E so that it opens like the transform.
E-
Uh,
on OBS, you mean?
on
Or
OBS, yeah, on OBS on the Minecraft game capture.
okay, yeah.
And then set the position to 960 by 540.
Here, what I think I'm probably gonna do, I'm probably just gonna make a whole new scene first, just because this is a scene I used to record
Oh, sure,
my
sure, sure,
Thermocraft
sure, sure, sure.
videos. So I'll probably just make a whole new scene with
Yeah,
my,
that's fair. That's fair.
um, just call it speed runs or something. Yeah, there we go. One sec.
Okay, no problem.
Game capture. CSR.
Yeah, I saw that, Starhaven.
Is this one? Hmm, that work? Let's see.
Oh, that's smart. That's really smart.
Yep. Okay.
Sweet.
Okay. Sweet. So I'll go Control E on this.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that.
Position 960 by 540.
I see. 960 960 by 540.
Yeah.
You said.
And then do positional alignment center, and so it should just look normal after you do that. There you go.
Yep.
And so now when you use the zoom, it like I can actually see it on the screen. And then
Oh, nice. Cool.
after that we should do there's two more things we have to set up. So when you have Jingle open and you
Yep.
press the your zoom key,
Okay.
well, you have to be in a seed, but
Yeah. Just make a new world real quick. Okay. And then we zoom like that.
wait, is that zoom? Yeah, or is that thin?
Oh, that's thin. Sorry. That's zoom is this one.
Yeah, and then you have like the little thing that opens, right? On the left.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
okay, so then what we're gonna have to do is add a source while you have that open, and then add a window capture.
While I have the zoom in.
Yeah, while you have the zoom, just so it
Okay.
shows up there, so we can add it.
All right. What will it? What should I put it as? Like a display, game capture, or
Window capture.
window capture? Gotcha. Okay. And it's Jingle probably.
It's Jingle IC. javaw.exe Jingle IC.
Jingle, I see. Okay, there we go.
So now that's on your OBS, but we don't have the actual eye measuring overlay, so we just also have to add a image source.
Okay.
And then go to your Jingle real quick, just so we can get the location of the image, and press the Open Jingle folder.
Okay, one sec. There it is.
And then just copy that path into the image source path when you
Just
click
hold on one sec.
browse.
Back to this real quick. And then it says, what is it? So open Jingle folder, and then
Copy that like file path at like the top.
and we put that as an image source. So,
Yeah, we put that as the image source, and then you have to select the IC underscore overlay.png.
just is it so it's when it's just image source, not just like
Yeah, it's just an
display
image
capture or
source.
something?
Yeah, it's just an image source.
I guess. Well, that's image file. Mm, Sorry, I don't have the image source here. Is it called something else?
It's called ic_overlay.png. It should be in your Jingle folder.
I see.
This one. If you see my screen share, I have like.
Oh, let me see. Hold on.
So it's just in user Rowan config Jingle, and then I select the ic_overlay.png here, and so that'll
I see over there.
open.
Okay.
And yeah.
Sorry, I got way too many windows open.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're good. It's, the
Uh,
setup stuff always kind of sucks, but I did this earlier, so I like. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I see overlay. Okay. This and I see.
Nice. Okay.
There we go.
And then go to that IC image and then Control E on it as well, and we're gonna resize it so that's the same size as the other one.
Okay.
Okay. So it has to be size 768 by 431.
68 by 431.
Yeah. Oh no. Do I think you did position. Do size.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I did position. Yeah.
You're good. You're good. Leave position as 0, 0, I think. Yeah, there you go. So size 768.
68.
And then 431.
431.
And so that should line up exactly over the other image thing. And then now when you zoom, I should be able to see that on your OBS. And then while we're here, one last thing that you have to add to your OBS is... actually, one thing that you have to do is drag both of the IC image and the IC below your Minecraft. So whenever you have your Minecraft full screen, I can't see it, but whenever you go into this one, then I can see it. So just like on the sources.
Yep.
Okay.
Good. Let me make sure I got this.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it looks good now, and then you zoom. And oh wait, the number, maybe make sure is the image above the other IC one?
I can switch the order. I'll try it now. Oops, this one.
There you go, perfect. So now, yeah, so now I can see your adjustments in OBS, and Stream can see it and stuff too. And then the last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add Ninbot as well, because I want to be able to see NinjaBrain Bot. So go in NinjaBrain Bot settings.
Yep.
And then OBS overlay.
Yep.
And then just press enable overlay.
Okay.
And then copy that file path.
Should I do the hide overlay if it hasn't updated for a while, just so it hides it?
Oh yeah, I should do that.
30 seconds or so. Okay.
Yeah, I have 30 seconds delay, and then hide it.
Yeah, okay.
Hides it.
Okay, cool.
And then copy the file path, and then add it as an image source in OBS.
NinjaBrain Bot. NinjaBrain. And what's the file path?
The file path was the one that you copied.
On the PNG one? Okay. PNG. Come on.
Or I guess you have to like make sure that it's just like the... Oh no, not that one. Not that.
That's the wrong one.
Just the so go NinjaBrain Bot, hit the settings and then OBS overlay, and you see here on my screen share, see this path?
Oh, Yeah, yeah.
Just copy like up to that, and then scroll down to the nb-overlay.png. Should be at the bottom.
Yeah. Should be. Not sure why it's not copying. Oh, because I'm doing Control V. Maybe. Copy. There we go. Open. Okay. I'll move this down to, I guess, below Minecraft again.
Actually leave it above Minecraft because I need to see it for when you're like going to chords and stuff.
Okay.
And you can like resize it, make it a little bit smaller or something that you like have nice or whatever. I put mine into Rainbot just like below the timer, so like just below top right.
That's probably a good spot for it, yeah.
And then let's just make sure it worked. If you go in game and just like look up and just F3C. Or wait, is that gonna work? No, maybe it's not gonna work because.
Hold on, I gotta reset the Ninja Rainbot. Hold on. Let's try now.
There you go. Yeah, it shows up. It shows up perfect.
Sweet.
Yeah. So and then when you do the zoom, that one's still working. Yep. Okay. Sweet. Everything's set up. So then when you reset Ninja Rainbot, the image source will go away, or if you don't touch it for 30 seconds, it'll also go away.
Yeah, so if I reset it, it goes away. Yep, cool.
Actually, maybe we shouldn't have the delay on, just in case you're heading to chords. Like, I want to be able to see the coordinates. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah. There we go. So now if I do this, just stay up there.
Yeah. Perfect.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's all set up now. So we can go into this coaching session. I'm not sure exactly what you want to focus on, but we definitely should get some runs in today, for sure.
Yeah. That'd be a good idea. Okay. Let's open this over here. Here. Okay. Yeah.
Oh my god,
So yeah, should we just do some runs, you think? Or
let's like run through a few things in practice, and there's just like a couple things I need to teach you.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then yes.
I'll probably go ahead and start my stream here.
Okay.
What's this? What's that? Gotta make sure I got everything closed that can be closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. See if this works. Sweet. So what do you think we want to start off with?
Let's do like, would it be worth for you to like just run through every bastion like once, just to, you know, make sure you've got that jogged in your memory?
Yeah, that'd probably be good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Do we want to do? I guess we'll do the map.
Yeah. Go to the map.
Do I have it in this one? Oh no, this is the one that I have to go to the other instance for.
Oh, that's all right. Mm.
Yeah, because it won't import properly because the middle of the, which one is it? The bridge bastion, maybe? Like the middle partition?
Oh,
Something
right.
like that. Yeah. Okay. Single player bastion practice. Very good. Sweet. All right. So like here, is there anyone in particular you think I should like focus on?
Um,
Just go through
maybe,
them one by one.
yeah, just go through them one by one. I could see like, I think your housing might need the most like practice just because, well, not really. I think your housing's pretty good. I don't know. Let's just go through them and just like jog your memory kind of thing.
Hold on one sec. Chat's telling me I'm muted for some reason. Chat, can you hear me?
Uh-oh. Oh, is it because you're on a new scene and you don't have your mic and stuff selected?
Could be. Yeah, that could be it. One sec. Looks right.
Um,
Hmm. Seen it appear here. People saying they can't hear me though. I'm not sure why. Good.
weird.
Stamps. Yeah, that is strange. No audio. Hmm.
I mean, I
Wait a
think
sec.
your game audio is working, but not your mic audio. And
Or
maybe not
this maybe?
Discord either.
Chat, can you hear me now? Oh, there I can hear myself though. Maybe? No. Hmm.
Um, you want to screen share your OBS or something and I could try to help you? It's probably something to do with the wrong scene, huh?
Uh, Chat, can you hear me now? Chat, put ones in the chat if you can hear me. Ones in the chat if you can hear me. Ones in the chat. Ones in the chat, please. No. Oh man. I hear you, but very quiet. No sounds. Okay. That's weird. Hmm. Only sound from Silver. Okay.
Scene, huh?
That. Not sure why that is.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Yeah, it's like it's telling me it's like I can see it moving in the in OBS. I know it's not
Really?
that.
That's so
Yeah.
weird.
Oh, maybe it's because I'm on Discord too for some reason. That's
Yeah, his audio is like not working. It's so weird. Maybe sure, like maybe like dude, I have no idea. It just sounds such like a crazy bug.
All right, chat. Can you hear me?
Oh my god.
Can you hear me here? Okay. So, what the world is even going on? Wait a second. Don't stream from OBS. I typically stream from Streamlabs OBS. So yeah, this is like the first time I've streamed from OBS in like 2 years. And I know I can change this. Maybe. Let's see. Does that work? No.
Is unfortunate. Sorry, I'll like put up somebody else's stream over. I'm trying to figure this out. This is Cubs' opponent.
50, my FOV to 30, and then I'm getting ready to.
Oh wait, no.
That
Wait,
looks like
what?
a pretty good Y spike for me. but I am just going to do a quick check everywhere else. This is like a little high. See how this is more than 50%? I don't really love that. I'm also not in starter because I'm not using Bodai, so my measurement isn't 100 million% accurate. But I do like this reading, so I am going to try and check it. So I'll go... Oh, okay, well that's... so I'm blocking this off behind me, and then I'm ready to just go here. 2 blocks. At this point, you can organize your hotbar if you want. For you, that's going to be 7. Then you're going to have your crying... you're going to have your stuff here and here, or these can be swapped, whichever one you like more. And then you're going to switch out your blocks for better blocks, which is basically going to be this. So you're going to replace your soul sand with your nether brick, and your gravel with your crying obsidian. Now, if we teach you 0, I'm not going to do a 0 here, but if we teach you 0, you would be fully ready to go for 0 as well. This inventory works for both. When I put in my eyes, I'm going to be switching this in for my bow as soon as I go through the portal, and I'm also going to do the eat thing I taught you. So I pause immediately, I'm raising my render and my entity distance, and then I'm just escaping twice out of it. Because I got a cage, I'm just going to dig straight up. So up we go. And then I'm just going to pearl to the middle. You should always pearl to the middle if you get caged or even not caged, because you want to set this up as quickly as you can. So now I'm going to put in my bow. I'm going to get set up here for a double anchor setup like you've been doing.
But is this not like way too much info? Like, why is he teaching him like that?
So boom, boom.
Like, what was he teaching originally?
Hearing that cue.
Did he just need a refresher on endgames or something?
To build up. This is pretty good. Oh my god. Still got it off. Then I can grab that. I can hit this. And then I can pearl across from me.
Recording a full guide
So now I'm
walkthrough.
just sitting here. I have everything ready. Notice how I'm in F5. I'm looking diagonally. My full field of view is just here. And I'm just putting that in the corner because that's how I can see with the least amount of fog. So I'm looking at that. I can also hear that the dragon's pretty close to me, so I'm not super concerned about anything with it perching immediately, so I'm standing pretty much as far back as I possibly can. This is another way you can kind of view the dragon. You can do stuff like this. Standing far away, just looking at it.
Helping who?
And anytime I think it's going to go in, I'm kind of preparing myself
5 up?
to pearl in. So I'm looking. I'm still waiting. And it's just getting unlucky. So I'm going this way.
So 5 up can watch before sleep on his own time.
And then I just wait. You don't have to worry about
Oh.
anything else in your inventory at this point. I mean, if you want to, since you already pre-charged your anchors, you could put in like your axe back, but other than that, you really don't
Weird.
have to worry about anything. So this is good.
Are you? I didn't even. Oh.
Oh, you just hit a guy. You just killed this guy. The guy that's chasing you.
Wait. Why do they do that? That's so weird. Stupid AI.
Oh my god, they're still here. Wait, they've been training for like 20 minutes, for like half an hour. Does Jack remember when they were down in bottom treasure training with piglins like half an hour? How are they still down here?
Just leave. Just go 16 RD and leave. Also, by the way, once you got all the gold, you're supposed to pick it. It's fine. It's fine. You saw the fort. It's behind the treasure. Just
Look what? My god, Hex been live for 10 hours? Dude, I know it's a different run. Their timer is 18 minutes. That was like actually like 40 minutes ago.
you saw the treasure.
I'm trolling.
Just keep going up, and hopefully the terrain will curve down. Okay, yeah. Just pearl onto the. Yeah, okay, yeah. Pearl onto the spawner. You're gonna have to pearl
Like,
onto the ground.
that is-
Yeah, you just
that
hit a
is-
vine. That's fine.
That's so long.
Yeah, no. Whenever that happens and you just have a long fall, you just have to pearl straight down. Just,
Yeah.
You need to just get that muscle memory.
I'm sorry. I've got 1.8 my dozer brain, so I feel like if you throw a pearl down, you fall faster than it.
No, yeah, that's chill. It's just like, yeah, you just gotta get the muscle memory down. It's like, it is what it is. I don't know. That's fine. I don't know. I need to teach you lower.
Who is
treasure.
Ross Coach, by the way? Where to F is Fulham? Is he drinking? Lazy ass fucking coaches, dude. Are you managing these coaching streams at school? Dude, don't. We're not thinking about school right now. Dude, chill.
But I don't know. Treasure is.
I messaged SB. I'll be like, I said I'll wake up at 6 a.m. Let's do some coaching in the morning. And I woke up at 6 a.m. and then he wasn't there. And then I was just so focused. I literally was so focused on the fact that we were doing that that I just forgot I had class. I was so focused on that. Like, it's crazy how I can like just fully think, like maximize my brain into one thing and everything else just I forget about.
Into Bastion, you should only do it while they're still trading, or you should try to only do it while they're still trading, or when you absolutely need to. And if you have to, do like the minimum, just because at the blaze spawner, most of the time you should be overlapping, waiting for the blazes to spawn with. Should be waiting for blazes.
Oh my god, the guy drew with me.
Oh, let's go. Okay, yeah. You should wait for
Cubs BB.
overlapping to spawn.
We got a 27-minute run yesterday. But that was his first run ever, bro.
I'll show you how to do lower trigger now. This is a bad. Okay, this is fine. Just pretend I didn't get enough obby, and I need more obby. We're gonna go lower.
Should I try that?
What is this? Why are they just AFK?
Okay, I need one more. 73.
Not everyone can play Minecraft 20 hours a day. I friggin' can.
There we go. Where do I go? Negative 73. Just this way. 174.56. Not too far.
Taking a break for food? Bro, I didn't eat anything today and I'm not gonna. I'm not eating until all of my students can sub 15. DoorDashing pizza? Oh my god, that's a great idea. Is that not a great idea? I'm hungry. Wait, let me DoorDash you. Cub got a 27 recently. He has like an old time, but like comeback BB 27. Spanish on pizza? Fuck that, dude. Instaperch the sub 15s. Raise settings. Can't see or taste them. That's true. Masking the flavor. No, but like actually, what if I like... Why did he just go into his inventory and leave and not half bow? Ah, he has a bow and arrows. I literally saw it. I think something that SB's got is he has really good inventory management. Like, do we really need 8 fire res for the end fight? Oh my god. Yeah, we're cooked. Oh. Oh my god. This is what we need to happen. Duck! Duck! Well. This is what we need to happen in our match in the grand finals against Panky. SB had a 17 something. That was our second run, and we've done 3 total. Like, I know SB can, like, sub 15. It wasn't an ERP either. It wasn't an ERP. Inhuman 5 ranked 1 and 2. What about Inhuman 5? Vegetables make you worse at speedrunning. And Turbo will ruin Portal. La 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 la. Ba-da-da-dum. Bro, Ross plays so much. Look at this. Look at Elo leaderboard. Matches. Masayoshi has 59. Max has 30. Panky has 25. CPK has 214 because he played like before, right? Ross has 134. Let's queue up right now. No, I'm waiting for Cub. Cub will figure it out, hopefully. He might just be like in the absolute trenches with tech support right now. I should tell him like we can set up all his OBS stuff on Streamlabs. So 25-minute completion limit? Join in on this? Well, it seems like they're done. See if he's just doing solo rooms now. This is insane though. Full 3, yeah, but he doesn't play any ranked. Like, he's, like, probably close to as good as Masayoshi. If not as good. And after this 17-hour session, like, he's probably an insane 18-hour session. Like, dude, actually, though, like, 18-hour session, he's gonna go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, and he's gonna be, like, a new player. Like, he's gonna be insane. You think I'm advancing to quarters? Is that the next stage? How many is there? Where's the Why are they playing Scrandle? Where's the he look already at a few sub 15 pieces? His subconscious will cook. 96 gold too.
Okay, Silver, you there?
Hey!
All right, cool. I think I got it.
Oh my god, sweet.
After what was like an insane ordeal going into like the settings, I think somehow like maybe my device, like the default mic changed somehow. Like
Oh,
when
weird.
I don't know when I set up a new scene or something like that. But anyways, I think it's fixed now, so I think we're good.
Okay,
I
amazing.
can start the virtual camera and see if that still works. Hopefully it does.
Yeah.
Unless you, yeah, okay, cool. I'll give it a shot. And this, that. All right. Hopefully that works.
Yeah, it looks good.
This, that. Okay. Chat, can you hear Silver? Silver, can you say something
Hello,
real quick?
hello. Test, test, test.
Chat, can you hear Silver there? Or no? Can only hear me. Okay. Well,
Well.
Chat, can you hear the game sounds at all? How about now? Chat. Game sounds
Test.
good?
Game sounds.
Hear him?
Game
Can hear him?
sounds.
You say something again, Silver?
Hello, hello. I think it's.
You guys good? You guys good? You hear Silver? Yay!
Yeah.
Alright. Sweet. Okay. After that whole ordeal, we can get started.
Okay,
I
sweet.
guess we'll just do some so chat, we're doing some Bastion runs right now. Just making sure I know the routes and stuff. So yeah,
Perfect.
should be good. Should be good. Let me make sure my sounds are up and stuff. Subtitles on. Okay. Sweet. Let me get all this going. Okay. Awesome.
Perfect.
This is bridge, I think.
Yeah. Oh, raise your render too.
Oh, yep. Here, 500. Okay. Sweet. Any Hermitcraft spoilers revealed? Yeah, so chat, the Hermitcraft spoiler I'll share with you guys. The thing we didn't reveal will be revealed in the first episode.
Ugh.
Oh. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Alright, watch these hoglins. Yeah, they look like trouble.
Wait.
Nice.
I guess I didn't really look at the.
Yeah, maybe
Should
we're
probably look at this.
see. Oh, so that's it's not there. It's a single. So
Single. Yeah, or single on
I
the
don't
side.
know. We don't know what's on the right. So I would just do the right side row
Okay, so
and
just do right side. Okay.
yeah, see.
Okay. Cool. This.
Dude, chill. Oh boy, this is all basalt. Just make a hole there, yeah. Nice.
Get in there.
Nice. Okay, that was actually really clean. Despite all the lava and
Oh,
stuff.
God.
Oh my god. Nice. Okay, sweet. And then in this
There's nobody
scenario,
coming up from down
yeah,
there, right?
just like drop
Okay,
them
yeah,
all the
so-
rest of your gold.
Yep. Okay.
And then like there's like a chest here, but it's like kind of hard to get. You have to go up these like stairs a little bit and then mine through this way. Yeah. And like straight and then it should be like to your right a little bit. There we go. Nice. There's your
Nice.
obby.
Grab this crossbow. Meet up. Then would you just go like over here, like through here? and
Sure, yeah, through here and then
The other
loot
side.
the other chest. There's actually a nice way to loot this one. I don't know if you know it. If you go
Yeah, there's like a
yeah,
down
that
this
way.
way, and
Yep.
then
Yeah, exactly. And then you mine straight. Yeah. This will take you to the chest.
it's down a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing.
It's- Awesome. Okay. Come back this way. Ooh,
Chat,
close.
does Cub fan swear on stream? Or like, is he family friendly? Should I tone it back? Not like I was really gonna swear much, but
Got 20, and then that's pretty much it, except for maybe like a fire res or something.
yeah, like a
Yeah.
few fire res, perfect. Okay, nice. That
Yeah.
was good. So it was like a unlucky bridge because it was double single, but you still managed. That was really good.
Yeah. Sweet. Do we want to
Okay.
try that again, or for another one maybe? Or
Let's just move on. Honestly,
all right, stables.
yeah, we'll try stables here. Oh right, we have the terrain thingy set up.
That's 20 90s here. Yep. Okay, so from here, would you just pretty much go down like this, or
Yeah, just careful. Yeah.
just don't
Yeah, I would just try to go down to the
don't do
bottom.
that?
Yeah, just leave your bow,
The
honestly.
boat,
It's gonna be...
the poor boat, though, Silver. Come on,
Dude,
man.
just leave it. Dude, I'm scared. I don't
Oh,
want to
look
ask
out.
him.
Wow, that guy jumped down too. Don't jump, bro. Don't jump on me. Come on now.
Here you go. Yeah, and you can just... Okay, cool. Now, oh, don't open that when you have the
Right.
gold armor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can always come back and get it. There wasn't
Yeah,
much
there wasn't
in
really
there anyway.
much in there. So this is a bad gap over here.
Like, so you already know that's yeah. so
I
you
just
already
saw the cracked blackstone, and then
Okay.
this should... Oh, it's double bad
Oh, this
gap.
is-
Okay,
yeah,
well,
okay.
that's not great practice.
But that really can't happen in the
That
ranked,
yeah,
'cause-
no, yeah, it can't happen in ranked. Here, how about we do
Yeah. Should we just redo?
yeah, just redo it and then just set one of the gaps to always spawn. Like set like the right gap to always be good gap. So in case we have a right, like so then we always have that as a fallback.
Yep.
And
we'll just keep the
rest of the
ones random.
stuff can be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just go again.
No, I just won't
Another
swear. I just
roof,
won't swear. I just won't swear.
guess.
I just won't
Maybe
swear. I
four.
just won't
Oh, the
swear.
lowest.
It's fine. It's fine. Oh, this is like so buried. Honestly, I just like reset until you get one that's like not so annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, we're right on top of it. Behind you, behind you.
Behind? Oh, it's right here. Stop. Would you like dig down in this?
Yeah, just like dig straight down and then hopefully we won't fall into anywhere too dangerous. Ooh, this is very dangerous.
Bup, 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 bup.
Nice. Okay.
Can we do this here, or
Yeah, do you want to do
like,
the...
pick one?
Do you...
We could. I mean,
Yeah, sure, just trade with this. Yeah. This is like the double triple row.
yeah. Whoops, my bad. I should have opened the gap though. I missed that. But
Okay, just keep like a little bit of gold on you, and then yeah, just have it just in case anybody drops on you. But then yeah, open that one up. Yeah, there you go. Nice. And then, do you remember where to mine for double triple? Yeah, through there to the right. Oh, I don't think this guy's mad at you. Nice. Yeah. It's too.
yeah,
It's
should be good.
yeah, it's like through there. Keep mining like a strip mine there. Yeah.
Through here.
And you'll get into the other triple. And then up here and then block off. Or like down
Okay.
here, sure. Yeah, oh my god, there's a lot of people mad at you. Just
Should I do another one here, or should I just keep the same one?
Nah, just keep the same one. Just mine this gold and then just like distract them and then run back the way you came. if they're still mad at you. And then build up there.
Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh shoot! I'm
Just
actually
drop a
lost
bunch
now.
of gold. Just drop a bunch of gold. It was just like it was just like above, where you ran to.
Okay.
Like, okay, it's fine. They'll
Was
be
it
friendly
here?
soon. You can go this way, but, and then just go. No, up, up, up. Oh, your
Did I
pickaxe
drop
is
my
gone.
pick? No, it's
Oh,
still there. It just glitched.
broken. Oh yeah, just okay. So go back through this way, and then
Yeah.
it's up. Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh, you have no armor. Right. That makes sense. Block yourself in. Block yourself in.
Ah, yeah.
Okay, it's
I can't
fine.
anymore.
Yeah, it's fine. Just. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that
Okay.
was horrible. Okay, yeah.
It's. I think the double.
I've
triple there-
not practiced that route at all.
Yeah, maybe
pretty
we
much.
just shouldn't do that. That one. Because it's just like, because if you haven't practiced it, then it's just too hard, right?
Yeah. Try it again. Different one.
So you're at like the middle right now. Actually, what you should do is go to the back. Oh, careful of that guy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just coming. Okay. All right. So you want to go to the back or?
Yeah,
I
like
don't really
down
know where to go from
here.
here.
Yeah, and then block yourself off maybe. Yeah. Okay, then that was perfect.
There we go.
Hacks,
Okay.
thanks for the raid. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so now we got our
and
armor.
then- Yeah.
That's
now we should-
good. Yeah.
Do the route here.
Yep.
Here. This one. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, first tables, I guess we'll just focus on getting you some armor and then doing the gap because that's just like really clean, consistent.
Okay. Yeah.
One
just
more.
one more?
Yep. And go up and grab the backups.
I think there was a guy there. Whoops.
Yeah, might as well let that dude in.
He
It's
left.
okay.
He doesn't
Um,
want gold.
Yeah, just grab some of the trades and then like corner them and then drop the gold back. Yeah, and then now just go up at this point. Oh.
I think I can.
Yeah, you should probably
Jump down.
block their head because sometimes they can just hop out.
Okay.
And now we're gonna go, yeah, up. Yeah,
We already got the.
yeah,
So should we go up just the front, straight up?
yeah, because there was like a triple, so like, yeah, up here and then to the right, yeah, over there. Yeah, you should be able to like get in here, and then just make sure there's no pigs around and safely loot these.
Probably block that off just so we're safe. This. That. This. This.
And then, just because I want to
Yeah.
try this, do you want to practice
Yep.
like a pearl hang here? I think it might not work because of the map, but, like in theory, like pretend we knew the fort was like, I don't know, like in front of the stables or something like that, like over
Like
there.
here?
Yeah, just pretend it was
Okay.
there, and then so you would like,
Yeah,
Um,
video settings.
yeah,
Some over this too.
yeah.
Pretty much.
And then yep.
And throw like that, and then
Okay, so it
yeah,
just
the
didn't
map
work.
prevents it.
Okay, so but that would have
Yeah.
been exactly correct, and then
Yeah.
we would have thrown that pearl hang, and then we would have gone down to our trades, and then raised our render, and then we would have been right there. So
Yeah.
that was good. Yeah, that was a great route.
Okay. All right.
Cool. We can move on to
Okay.
let's just rapid
Sure.
fire these because I think the most important thing is to get full runs in.
Yeah.
Um,
Gotta be down below, right? 70, yeah. Guess we'll go over here.
Yeah, this is good. Nice. Check for the chest.
Is it here?
Yeah, that'll work. No, it doesn't exist. We don't really need. Yeah, that other one is too far. Nice. Oh, crossbow guy, be careful.
Yep.
Just drop some gold, maybe.
Okay.
Nice. And then... Ooh. Nice. These guys are so annoying. There you go. Don't have that many blocks, so you might have to use your wood. But...
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, mine that. There you go.
This one. Use these. Yeah.
Yep. Nice. Nice pick block. Sweet. And then let's do okay, yeah, nice. That's perfect.
Sweet.
We don't have a lot of piglins. They must have gone left on the bridge. It's weird.
Yeah, there was a lot of guys on the bridge, so
Yeah.
they
Maybe.
might come back up if I mine the bottom block on the other side. I guess,
Maybe.
maybe.
I think they just de-aggroed. You could maybe try to like... Oh, they're just like so... They all ran away. Do you hear any close to... Yeah, maybe try to...
I could try and come down maybe and
Turn... Yeah, do this, yeah. Oh yeah, you got some maybe mad at you. Maybe? Perfect.
say it right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. No gravel yet? Wow.
It's okay. You can maybe like... Oh yeah, sure, this is good.
Okay, so now should we go back up, I guess, at this point while they're
Just
trading?
grab the... Yeah, grab the bottom
Or
chest
they're almost- Yeah.
They're actually... They are pretty close to... There's...
Yeah.
Oh wait, did you grab the double chest already? Yeah, you did actually, sorry.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, they're done, so...
So we got a lot of obsidian we need. Pretty
It's
much.
just... Yeah, pretty much just obsidian. Nice.
Hello. All right. I really gotta stop pick blocking that.
It's such a funny habit.
I didn't realize I had no string either.
Yeah. All right.
And I
I mean,
guess the best spot is where, like over here. I can make a spot or over here
for what? Sorry.
for trading. Like
The
this
last
gold
couple,
here.
I would just go down to your old pigs, and like you could,
Just
in
go down,
theory,
okay.
like check, like throw like a pearl hang or something like that, and then go down there. But it's not
Like
gonna
here,
work because of the yeah, just
maybe?
like depending where
Yeah.
the fort is and stuff, and the terrain, that kind of
see.
stuff.
Okay. Yeah. I gotcha. Okay, so I'll just like throw this.
Okay.
Okay.
Again, it might be easier if you like get the gold on your hotbar. Oh, you didn't. Wait, did you not?
I didn't pick up all the stuff.
Oh,
No, I was a
weird.
little bit deeper because I didn't have gravel, so I wouldn't be on that level.
Oh, right, makes sense. It might be easier to like drop stuff if you like, because you're missing the gold throws a lot. Like if you put it on your
Yeah.
hotbar and then like just control Q it, then like
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that
But
might be
anyway,
easier.
it's chill.
Okay. Yeah.
That's your bastions. I wanted to just run through them quickly, you know, just to like as a refresher and like, so I have like a few things to teach you.
Okay. Yep.
So let's start with hunger resets. So I want to just go through the potential hunger resets that you might do in runs.
Okay. Let me switch my instance here because this is the wrong one.
Okay.
Second, shouldn't take too long.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Let me pull up your stream. Okay.
Okay, so for hunger resets,
Yeah.
the default one is just if you have a bed and pearls, you just go let me get myself some tools. You just go place the bed, right click it, obviously set your spawn, and then just dig a two deep pit and then aim at the opposite corner and just throw pearls into that. And there's like a few things to remember is just your hotbar, you want it to be entirely full of items, because if it's not full of items, then it'll become out of order after you like respawn. So like you see, like I have that,
Okay.
and then I respawn, and
Yep.
now it's just the exact same order again.
Okay. Yep.
And then there's like a few different hunger resets to teach.
Yep. So I'll just like set up like a example inventory type thing.
Yeah.
Let's say like food some type, and I don't think the blocks really matter. Let's just do this for some reason. Okay, so you just dig a hole here, basically survival mode. Set spawn. Pearl.
Stand in one corner and then throw the pearls into the opposite corner, because just sometimes, yeah, you don't have to like look directly. Yeah, like just exactly like that. Just
Like that,
because
okay.
sometimes your items will spill if you aim like straight down or whatever.
Okay. Yep. And then pick up the bed and go. Okay.
Yeah,
So
perfect.
that's one.
So that's one. And then as for the other one, so what can sometimes happen is you will first portal on surface, or on sorry, above like water like this. Do you see my screen share?
Yep.
And so what we usually do is we build up like this, and then we would measure on the top of the portal. So like you measure on the top of the portal, and then after we're done measuring, if we need to hunger reset, what we should do is basically we just use this spot that we built up on, and then make like a little just floor, and then we're just gonna build ourselves a hole with gravel and soul sand, just like build ourselves a custom hole, and then set our spawn with like that bed there, and then just boom. That's all we would do if it's ocean like this. There's like an underwater one. I actually realized I don't think I really need to teach you that, but one thing that might be kind of good to learn is when I have an eye down there like that,
Hold on, I think you're.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm in full screen. That's
Hang on.
why I messed up.
Yeah. Okay, so
Um,
you build a little hole like that with gravel, like on top of the portal. Okay.
yeah. So you just here. I'll just show it again. So, when you can sometimes spawn like this above the ocean, and then you build up, and then you would measure your eye up here. You'd place the bow, hop in, throw the eye, whatever. Measure your eye, and then yeah, you would just use this like portal to just make yourself like a little custom hole, and then you just stand in one corner, throw the pearl on the ground to the
Right,
opposite corner.
1 by 2, and then just pearls again. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And then the other thing that I want to teach you with being on blind portal is if you have the hitboxes on, you can see like the eyes in the water. And then you just stand like exactly in the middle of the portal and look exactly straight up, and then throw the pearl and jump into the water and grab the eyes.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
then you'll be back up here. And that's like a pretty nice thing to do.
Yeah, that's a good trick.
Yeah.
First time.
And then yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, one more that I wanted to show you. One hunger reset. Final hunger reset that I wanted to show you was the portal room hunger reset. It is when you get to the portal room, you can see on the left or right the little like lava
Yep.
thingies.
Yep.
Yeah, so like these little like lava like 3x1s, place one in like the back corner. And then when you're up here, since like the lava is there, the silverfish won't be able to get to you. So you place like a full block in this corner, and then you place 2 blocks like this. Yep. And then you place the bed up there, like face like towards the door, I guess. That's the best way to describe it. And then you can just hunger reset same way that you were doing with the other ones, where you stand in one corner, throw it into the other corner, and then you'll respawn, and you'll be respawned right next to all your items.
Okay.
So yeah,
I don't think mine worked right.
I think you should just
Okay.
you have to like make sure that you are, as soon as you respawn, you just stand still for a little bit, because you'll be right next to your items. So that should be good. And then yeah, so you throw it and aim a little like, lower just in case. Yeah, like there, yeah. And then stand here for a second, and then there you go. Now all your items
Oh,
pop
okay. You
in.
gotta stand there for a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then you grab your bed and you can enter the end.
Good now.
Cool.
Okay, sweet.
So that's the hunger resets that I wanted to go over real quick, and then do you know Donut, the Blaze TNT strat?
I saw it, but I have not practiced it.
Okay, it might be worth just doing like once, just so you have it down.
Okay.
There's not really
Yeah.
too much difficulty with it, to be honest. It's very like, um, it's very like, uh,
That's right. We have a map for this.
yeah, go on the Brothers practice map. It's very easy to remember and do. It's just something that we should know for yeah, use the TNT one and then start, and then yeah, kill these blazes.
Whoops.
And then all you do is just a donut shape around the spawner. Yep, like that. And then where you place that nether brick is TNT. Yeah,
One
TNT.
here, here,
Boom,
here.
boom, boom. And one at the front as well, all four.
One front. Okay.
And then blow up the front one last. That's the only thing, only order thing that matters is just blowing up the front one last. Yeah, and then there you go. That's exactly it. And now you have no fire, which
Wow.
is really nice.
That's crazy. That's crazy, actually.
Yeah. That's so that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, you can fill that in, just might as well. Yeah, and you just have a fully cleared out spawner. And this is really nice because like there's no fire, and we'll do this like every time on temple seeds.
Nice. Okay, yeah. That makes it a lot easier too to clear the spawner and stuff.
Yeah, that you got it done so quickly. Cool.
Sweet. And then we just get the rest. Is there a way? Is this iron pick? Yeah. Okay. There we go.
And then so the only other thing I want to go over for a little bit is just our end games, because I think end games are really good to practice. So if you go just create a new creative world and
Okay. Creative world. There we go.
and then we do the MPK thing, load the hotbar X1 I
Alright,
think,
yeah.
and then do nether exit, yeah, that one, and drop it,
drop
and
it,
then yeah.
Yeah.
I think this should be good. So
So is this be where we're measuring the eye now, or is this where
yeah,
we're
yeah,
hitting-
this is where we're measuring the eye. So
Okay.
oh, I didn't actually like set your hotbar up that well, but it's okay. Yeah, just craft your eyes and stuff.
Alright, so
And
we-
do you remember the
I think we have. This needs to be.
yeah,
higher,
that should be up, but
and this will be higher too. Just all the-
yeah. Do you remember the steps for
Yes.
eye measuring?
Yeah. So we throw the eye.
starts with boat.
Oh, you're right. We gotta get the boat first. Yeah.
There you go.
The
And
eye.
then- yep.
We pause here. Change this.
Oh, is your Ninja Brand bot like over the? Oh wait, I think I know what's happening. Okay, go to your OBS, and then go to the window capture that I got you to make, the IC window capture, and then do window match priority, and then select window title must match. I think.
Is it somewhere in the?
Sorry, yeah, double
where-
click it and then
Okay.
does that fix it?
No title must match.
Just it probably shows for you fine, but it just doesn't show in OBS, which is kind of what's annoying.
Is that showing it now?
Hold on a second. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, now it's showing.
Okay.
Cool. So yeah,
Yeah.
you're a little too high. Yep, 30 FOV and
Well, I think I actually moved. I think I actually have to restart the whole. Let's just restart the whole thing.
okay.
I think I totally messed it up.
That's okay.
Okay, so get in the boat, get out. I toss. 30 FOV. I'll just
Good.
throw
Just
another
test
one.
another one.
I don't know if my
Your DPI thing is working.
DPI thing is actually working. I might have to have Logitech G Hub up for that to work for some reason.
Oh, that's weird.
Let me see if I can. I think now it's okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I do this. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's still too high. No, it's not. Okay, so yeah, this is something unfortunate I didn't have time to practice yesterday.
No, you're good. You're good. We'll get this down. Yeah. So just yeah, throw the eye and just try to make sure you got it lined up on 30, before you zoom, because that is like the most difficult part, I think. Or like, yeah, there, boom, and so you're like right next to it now, and then yeah, as long as you zoom, lower FOV and lower your DPI, and now just like pause and pause slightly. Actually, you might have it already lined up. Yeah, you have 19, so we can you already have it lined up. So let's just
We're trying to do F3C here, or
yeah, unpause F3C.
and then we do 19 left, right?
It was right.
Team like that, so we have to throw another one, I guess.
Oh, your boat didn't work. Wait, that's weird. Wait, that's so annoying. Like reset the Ninja Rainbow. It should be on green boat, like always, right? Why was it not on green boat?
Oh yeah, this one's not on green right now. Sorry.
Just like it's okay. Like we could use this measurement in theory, but it should be green boat.
Okay, yeah. I got FOV. Okay. Maybe I jumped in too quick, like I didn't wait for it to turn.
No, it should be because your sense should be fine with that. I just
Yeah, I missed barely, yeah.
no, you're fine, you're fine. Yeah, it's just right here anyway.
here anyway.
It's like
Okay.
just build up, because you're below starter right now, and then this is starter. Sweet.
Right. So then we have to get here. We have to do Shift F3.
Mhm.
And then
30 FOV
it's
and
like this.
oh, and yeah,
30.
you're sorry, not 30 FOV. You're 8 and 8 render
Oh, right,
distance and
right.
50%.
That's the settings. Yeah.
There you go. Just keep refreshing the pie chart as much as possible. Yeah, that looks
Right there.
that looks really nice. Yeah.
Okay.
So that looks just like a straight right spike. I would go bottom right here. Yeah, head down these stairs. Yeah, probably through this. Oh, there it is. Yeah, nice.
Yep.
And then we'll grab.
And then I don't think I have enough eyes, but
Okay, you can like spawn yourself in a couple. Yeah, there you go. And raise your settings again. There we go.
oh wow,
That's so messed up. What the heck?
this is a crazy end. Okay. Yeah, this is an insane end island. Wow.
Yeah, so weird. Nice. Yeah, this is just gonna be a little bit. You won't be able to back up very far. Whoa, look, it's like right on a chunk border or something. Why is it cut off like that? Oh, you don't have your thingies, your things crafted, yeah. Wait, you only have 4 beds.
Yeah.
Reload, yeah, and then. To be honest, I mean, you could maybe hit it, but you might want to spawn yourself in a couple more. I thought I had this bar set up for you, but I guess I didn't. Which is okay. Yeah, there's not too much room to run on this side.
No, there's not. Dragon.
I keep watching it.
Going?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it's
he's going.
going. Bang. Okay, there's an end game. That's good. We should let's try to
Yep.
keep running some more end games. Like let's do like 1 or 2 more, and then we'll just go into runs.
Okay. All right.
Because this is like end games are like the most consistent part of the run. Like they're pretty much the same every time. So like they're a really great like thing to practice.
Yep.
Like most top runners just run a lot of end games for practice. Also good warm up.
Do you find those ends happen like that consistently or no?
No, that's pretty rare, yeah. It was so funny looking. Oh damn, this is just use in your inventory. Just because it's gonna take too long. Go in your inventory. There's a surface. Yeah, resurface on blind. Yeah, use that.
We throw this
potion.
or just
Yeah,
E on it?
you just
Or
throw
Q?
it.
Just throw it.
There you go.
Okay.
Just so we don't have to practice digging up, because you know how to dig
Yeah.
up. There you go.
We craft these after? Like, is this okay to do it this way?
Yeah,
Instead
this is
of-
fine. Yeah.
Alright, so we throw. FOV. Okay, then we into this. Reset DPI.
Nice. There it is. -1, or left 1.
So then pause. See that. So we have to
Left
do
1.
it. Oh, left one. Sorry. Yeah, there we go.
Ah, there you go. Got it. 462. So it's not too far.
DPI 400. Okay.
Grab your boat and then
Pig, why?
in the boat.
Whoa, look out. All right. Minus 144. This way.
This way, and it's like pretty close because it's only 462 in the overworld. So
Just 1 pearl, maybe?
yeah, like 1 pearl.
190. Got the fire res.
Overshot the terrain. I think it's like behind you now. You can F3C here as well. It might, I don't know, it might help you, but 23 blocks and then a little bit to the right. Yeah, 23 blocks. 23 blocks on angle 45.
Minus 10. Negative X. This way and this way.
I think you're going backwards
There's
for
no
the
terrain.
sea. Are you swimming?
minus
Are you
10.
swimming up? You
Sorry,
should
yeah.
swim to the surface.
Yeah, I am swimming up, yeah.
Is it
there
just
is.
taking that long? Oh my god, you're so
It's
low.
really far.
So
Minus
-10, and then yeah, just get to this so that we can start bridging around. I think it's to your left. Yeah, so yeah, start bridging off of this and then just like run over
That's
this
not-
basalt a little bit. It's like 5 blocks. It's
Like this
10
way?
Yeah, it's like
Alright.
Yeah, it's that way. And then you're there, and then you have to just go a bit farther. Yeah, 224. Boom. Cool. And just it's make sure you're using block chords. Sorry. So you're like one block off now. It's block chords are
Oh, it's
there.
here.
Yeah, that one.
Here, okay.
There you go. Perfect.
All right. This one, that one.
You can just just do it from the inside there. Nice.
This. Oh.
Back up to the other block. There you go. Nice. Hit.
Come up here. Set settings. Very good. Copy.
Yeah.
3. Seems like right there.
Yeah, somewhere like I would try top right maybe first, but it might be mid.
Oh,
And raise your
and
FOV
set
back. Yeah.
settings.
No. Keep these normal. Or keep these
Oh, you wanna
lowered.
keep the-
Just in
until
case
you
we
go to
have to
bed.
reset again, yeah. But just
Okay.
your FOV is low is the only thing. Yeah, so I would try top right. Yeah, especially because that turns. Oh, yeah, nice to look on those.
At top right.
Yeah, so we go this way, and then careful. This is gonna like push you maybe.
okay.
Maybe just mine through this button
I'll just break
or
the door.
that door. Yeah. And then bridge around. See how this works. Yeah, you head to. Oh, is that it? Yeah, that is it in the ravine.
Right ahead. Over
Yeah.
there.
You could pearl.
Oh yeah, I could.
Oh, good. This was
Guess I
fast
could do
too.
that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nice. Settings.
Yep. Settings. Video settings here. Yep.
Curryway. This tool is amazing. You can select the barrel. I made this for, and you can just change up all the stuff, and you can like load. You can open one so you can edit their one that they already have, and then you can just change it in here, and you can just set it all up, and then you just download the hotbar NVT. Use this too. I'm like a brick. You can figure out offhand. Container here. Copy the first book. Click copy, and then here, and then paste it. It's just always 5 salmon, I think. I don't really know how to change that up, that part of it up. You might have to like do it in game. Nice. Nice. Try and get this cage next to you. You know how you can like shoot through like the corner?
Yeah.
Nice. That's good. Honestly, like with half bow, since like every time the dragon fireballs you, like it can't perch, it's kind of like a little bit of like a little bit of time loss for a potential time save. It might be good now. Oh, where's it turning? That's going towards you. So like you want to try and get like every crystal that's like kind of easy to grab and kind of easy to shoot, but like if you're really struggling or whatever, just backing up is like better.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that probably is. Yeah, there you go. Nice, and then just get ready with the axe.
Focus
It's
on this side.
yeah. Just aim a little bit up. Oh. Okay, nice. That worked, but you know how like since it's like a square, like you can aim at like the corner. Like if you aim at the green line, that's like the closest to you.
Okay, yeah.
So like
It's so a little bit higher than I was
yeah,
aiming.
and I maybe if yeah, that was fine because like you jumped up and crouched, but like it can be a little
Yeah.
bit scary. So like I would try to aim at like the corner of it first, and then if you still can't, then yeah, jump up and crouch. But
Yeah, we don't want to get ejected into orbit.
yeah, exactly. Cool.
Okay.
So, you want to do one more endgame just to solidify it, and then let's just go straight into runs.
Sure.
Because that was like already significantly faster than your last one.
Yeah. We'll do single play, easy, creative. Yeah, just the eye measurement. I gotta get more consistent at and faster at.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, you only used 2 eyes that time, so
Yeah. Okay, so boat. This one. This one. Oh,
oh, yeah, just kind of move to the side or like build up or something, and then just
I just
yeah, sure, grab the boat, but like you don't have to reboat each time. Just jump two times in place.
I just jumped from here. two
Yeah,
times in
just
place?
jump from here 2 times. Boom, and now you can measure your eyes.
Gotcha.
Just making sure you don't have desync is all.
3, and then.
Nice, you got it.
That's 3 to the left.
Yep.
3 to the left.
Yep.
Okay. Compose F3C. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, where'd it go?
I have it on my screen.
Oh, it worked. Okay, as long as it
Yeah.
worked. That's weird. It just like was there and then it disappeared for me.
Maybe it's this. This. That. Okay.
Cool.
Oh, I should get the eye too, I guess.
Well, you have 12, so you're fine.
Yeah.
And then when you enter, can you just like F3C? I want to see if it'll update your Ninja Robot.
Sure.
Oh yeah, there we go. Now I can
Yeah,
see
it
it.
did. Yep. Okay, so we're going 58 this way to 92, 170. It's kind of far.
So yeah, this is a nice pearl. Except for the Hoglin is kind of scary. Nice, that was good. And then it's like you probably have to get to your right pretty far as well. Yeah,
Oh,
'cause
shoot, 92. I went 192. Oh, shoot.
you're fine. You're there on the Z. You're at You're at like 178, and you need to go 170. So you just need to go straight to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. See if this terrain will take you. I would try to force it. Yeah, somewhere down there. You can like pearl like, or just like low. Yeah,
Just
like there.
down?
Yeah, there. Up a
Like
little bit.
here? Oh, in here.
Yeah, just to try and take you, because you still have to go pretty far. 92, 170. Yeah, try and go that way a bit. You have like 30 blocks this way, and then it's like 40 blocks to your left after. Okay, there you go. Just mine. Not
Okay.
much you can do.
Yeah.
You should boat mine, or like boat
Yeah.
crawl. Nice.
Somewhere around here.
Oh, it opens up. Oh, just pearl down at the bottom.
I'll just pearl down.
Yeah, because you're like right here. 92, and then 170 is there. Boom.
That's this
That
block.
block exactly.
Uh, two, 92.
Nice.
70.
Okay, we're in.
Okay, so just let me eat something here real quick.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, it's already
Just-
changed, and then just in.
Left of 3.
That
Right
looks
there,
that
probably?
looks really good. Yeah. Mid, and then left a little bit. Seems like. Nice.
Yep.
And raise your settings. Nice pearl.
Sounds.
Nice.
Craft the stuff.
Oh, do you want to try setting up anchors actually?
We could, yeah.
Yeah, make some anchors here.
Unless it's already going.
Yeah, this is like a little bit scuffed because I would have told you to craft these earlier, but yeah, try and head back and then
So you go up here, right?
yep, up and
On.
and then yep, crouch and then jump. Okay,
Yeah.
this is okay. So place a little U shape, like so. Imagine you're just raising the whole setup up one block. Yep,
Like this?
and then place the anchors on top of that. And then we just have to like, I don't know, pearl or something. And then just
Right.
when you're gonna go for the one cycle, actually set it up right now. Place like a block like above so that we're just raising the whole setup, or like sorry, not above, like on the floor so that you're stood up one block higher.
Oh, like on one side? Or both
Yeah,
sides?
yeah. There you go. Ooh, careful.
Oh,
And then grab all this gravel, and then just go back up at the temple. This is something I might ask you to do, so it's good that we got this in a scenario.
Yeah. Keep going up.
Nice. And just find the closest tree. Oh, maybe raise your render and entity distance too. Yep. And then just blow up like the closest couple trees, and we'll look for... Make, when you're blowing up trees, it's better to do like a one block of space between the TNT and the logs. Just, it gives a little bit more wood, that's all. But you should be
There's a
good.
little bit better blast radius. Like the
Yeah.
lines that shoot out from the TNT.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we're gonna make stone axe, stone shovel, and then iron pickaxe, and bucket,
Pickaxe, bucket,
and then boat.
boat.
Alright, your inventory is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Let's do.
Yeah. Throw the gunpowder, the emeralds, the book. You don't really need all these stacks of blocks.
That.
And yeah, that's should be fine for now. And so let's look. So now, also make drop the gravel.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, maybe grab the gravel back. Actually, try and
Okay, I see.
crouch around at the back of it. There you go. Yeah. Cool.
Should we blow up the gravel again, just real quick?
Yeah. Oh, there's some
Or
gravel
just-
right here. Yeah, you can just.
Gravel here.
Yeah, let's just blow this up. Yeah, this is good. And yeah, whenever we're blowing stuff up, try to eat rotten flesh in the meantime, cause there you go.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice. That's good. And then let's look around. Oh, so there was some. I would say yeah, head back this way towards the savannah because we need to
Mhm.
find the lava pool. We need to find some water, and we need water here. Grab the bucket, and we need to find animals because we still need food. So I would stay in the savannah for a little bit, but like keep an eye out for lava.
Pigs in the distance.
Yeah, go grab those.
Should we have hitboxes on or no?
I like having hitboxes on personally.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, there's lava.
perfect.
Yeah. Should we get animals first?
Yeah,
or-
get those cows and then enter, yeah.
Stay still, cow.
Mhm.
Hi, cow.
Cows are
I'll burn down the whole place, cow. Stop. Oh my god, this guy. There we go.
Nice.
As they say in Chicago. He had it coming.
Where's bro going?
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Grab
Yeah,
that
one more.
last one. Yeah, I don't know how much food you got, but might as well get some more. Maybe try and punch yeah there. Nice. Okay, cool. Now let's go to the lava pool and let's enter.
Yes. Here. This. That's.
Nice. Yeah, that'll be perfect.
Whoops. Hello.
Nice. Boom. We're in. Open F3 and then get ready to pause. Alright, kind of, it's not that far, but it's a little bit far.
Okay. Push to F 30 FOV. 30, 35.
Ooh, I actually
Do
don't
that one, maybe?
know. I think it's that, yeah, it's this
I
one
think it's
over
this
here.
one.
Yeah, it's that one for sure.
I should probably eat this stuff.
Yeah, just eat like one steak and then save the other. You can like eat a rotten flesh and then it'll
Okay.
be like better. Yeah, keep going. This is like really awkward terrain, but I guess you should still go this way. It's just like kind of sucky. Yeah, maybe just try and head up left. No, try to keep your height here.
Up left, okay. Oh, is it always better to keep your height? Pretty much.
Usually, yeah, it pretty much always is. Just so that you have the option to go down later, but nice. This is nice terrain. I think it'll be a bit farther, but we should be able to spot it
There it
soon.
is,
There you
yeah.
go, nice. Where is it? It's a housing, and it's to your left over there. So, we don't have any gold, but you could go down to the bottom chest, or you could go up to the top chest, depending on. Wait, actually, go up to the top chest. I think.
Top one? Okay.
Yeah. Go up to the top one, and then just like build up like to the left a little bit, so that you're kind of safe, and just use like all your blocks to get to like the very very top, and then oh, careful, there might be a guy next to you. Yeah, like run like a bit. Oh, there's nobody around there, I guess, so you should be good. Just build, or yeah, this could work. Yeah, helmet, put that on quickly. Nice. And then yeah, dig down on this one. Nice. Cool. Nice. Yeah. Oh, get the LB back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
And then
that's kind of critical. And
yeah.
then we check this one.
No. This you already got this one. It didn't have
Did I
much
get
in
it?
it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we can just go down and do the mid down. Nice.
Oh.
Nice.
Yes.
In this case, yeah, just you can just drop it straight out from the crafting grid. Just
Okay.
control Q. There you go. Oh, it's all going on the
so-
floor.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. Nice.
Obby. This. Pearls.
Go to the like lower chest, and then just go loot it from like the top here. Yeah. It's like to the left a little bit. There you go. And then yeah, loot this and just clear out your inventory by putting like all of your dirt in here. The extra sandstone, the pressure plate, the bones, the chests, the book.
Okay. Yeah, the book. Don't need the
bones,
bones.
the chests, the blackstone. Yeah, and then just grab the obby out of there as well.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And now we didn't see the fortress, so let's grab our trades and then we'll pie chart. And yeah, try not to use your wood. Maybe switch to the soul sand.
Yeah. Soul sand.
Nice. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it should be
sweet.
good. Wait, how many fires do you have? Only one. Try and get some more actually. I think like if you go down in the corner and just start chucking stuff away, and then you might be able to like just have some more.
I think you're right.
There you go.
Yeah,
All right, cool.
3. That's really good.
And now start your pie chart stuff.
3. And then we have to go.
No. Don't worry about this. Just zero out your pie chart. No. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Just zero out your pie chart and then do 4, 5. Actually, 1. 3. You go, and then reload it. Wait, yeah, reload it. All right, and now raise render until you get it. Okay.
11. We gotta put it like 4 or something like that. 11.
Nice.
F3.
And then so go like to the netherrack behind you.
Up to the netherrack.
Yeah, just cause like a little farther to no, not that one, but yeah, that one over there.
Which one? I'm not
Sorry, like
sure which one.
directly behind you. There,
This
that
one?
netherrack, yeah, and just mine in the wall a little bit. This will be your other chunk borders in here. Yeah, there you go. And then cross that one and 0 out your pie chart.
0. Whoops.
Oh, good.
1, 3.
Okay, so you crossed it, so and then it got there, so yeah, it's negative Z.
-8. Okay, so it's this way.
And we can just exit out here. And just get ready with the fire rose as well.
It's over there. So I should probably pearl across here.
Yeah, definitely pearl across. Yeah, there it
I see
is.
it. Yeah. We should just keep
Good.
pearling like this.
Yep, yeah, yeah. Keep pearling. Keep up with the aggressive pearling, and make sure you just always have your pearls and your blocks in your bar just ready for clutching.
Okay.
I don't know how confident you are in pearl clutching, but you could pearl up and then block clutch.
I got-
Or...
I can get on there.
Yeah,
I
that
think.
was good. Nice. That was a great pearl.
That's over there.
Yeah, you could just pearl to the lip of the spawner. Or just there is perfect too, yeah. Where's this guy? Oh, don't hit it away. Okay, it's fine.
Oh,
Sometimes they can you can kind of make it shift over to the side, but yeah, okay, let's do donut here. Make your netherrack.
come on.
Oh, kill this guy.
That's 1, 2.
Oh, you misplaced that one, yeah. There you go, and then light up the front one last, and that's the only thing. Yeah, whatever. Screw this
Should be
guy.
fine with this blaze there, I see.
Yeah, it just it might drop its rod, it might not. Oh yeah, it did. Okay. Grab that, and then just immediately, yep, make the back, and start using soul sound. It's a bit better.
Messed
good,
up the
good.
fire rose.
You still got the fire res, so it's fine. Yeah. Nice. And just remember to try and hit them all the ways towards the middle. Nice, and yeah, just keep building this out. Sweet. And now start your building your portal, because I think you have 6. Or yeah, and your pre-crafts as well.
Portal. Should we go through now? Or
Yeah, go
just kill
through.
these guys? Okay.
It's fine
I'll just
either
kill
way.
these guys.
Yeah, it's fine either way, honestly. Yeah, because now you have 7. You should be leaving on 7. I mean, might as well grab this guy,
Should we
but
go?
yeah.
Yeah.
Usually you should just go right away on 7. Sweet.
Pillar up. Boat. What do I call those?
Nice.
Alright, 30
zoom.
FOV, then this one.
I think it's gonna break soon, unfortunately. Oh yeah, it broke already. Oh, your fire is. I was just...
Sorry, yeah. Took him out of this.
There you go.
Okay.
Let's try. Oh my god,
Keeps bouncing on
your
me.
sense seems so high.
Oh, I don't have it on DPI. I didn't change the DPI. That's what I forgot.
Ah,
there.
okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's like
Yeah, I got it.
kind of
Okay.
up and to the right, maybe.
Okay. Let me try it again. Sorry.
There you go.
Hopefully the spider doesn't hit me.
Oh,
Now I need to set this.
you're like so
Good.
close to having it on. Oh, it broke. Oh, the
Oh, no, I
spider
got hit
too.
by
It's okay, it's
Yeah.
okay, it's good. Just go out of this, just kill the spider.
Hold on. Gotta make sure I have my.
There you go. Yeah, just kill
Uh,
it, and then remeasure. Annoying. Oh, careful for the
Oh.
skeleton too, yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, just go kill it, just go kill it. You're not really gonna be able to like juke it out or anything. Nice. Perfect. No damage. Okay, just measure your eye from like right here. You can just
Right
jump,
here?
just jump twice. No, just jump twice before you throw it.
Oh, okay. Just do that.
Okay, stand still. Yeah, sure, you can grab
Oh,
your
I'm just gonna
wrist.
get these back.
Yeah. And then stand still, jump twice. Boom. Now throw it.
And then we have to adjust settings. And then shift F3.
Oh, make sure your pie chart's set.
0.
Yeah. 2, 1, 2. There you go.
3.
Oh, yeah, that looks pretty good. Front left. Yeah, that looks really good actually.
Alright.
Let's go that way.
This.
And just eat stick. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I would head down there.
Maybe.
Oh, right there. Nice.
Sweet.
Perfect.
Eyes out. Should we pre-craft beforehand or just do it in the end? Does it matter?
Raise your settings. I would say we should try to, but if we're here, I think you're good enough. You don't need to. Just maybe if we have to set up anchors, but since you have 6 beds, I feel like you're confident on 6, so we'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
same thing that we did before.
Yep.
Just raise the whole setup by 1 and then place. So
just
yeah, place one
what's it,
there.
like just
Yeah,
one here and then one up more.
yeah,
Like,
one above that. Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
like that.
Yep,
Okay.
and just remember, before you do the perch, you have to place some blocks at your feet so that you're at the right height.
Oh right. I'm not gonna do that now then.
Sure. Yeah. Nice.
Okay.
And then, yeah, just make your 6 beds just quickly. And then, yeah, you should be just good. Just watch the dragon for me. Where is it? Oh, it's above you. Sorry, I don't have audio, so I can't tell when it's
Oh,
above you or
okay, yeah.
stuff. So I just get like I have just so anxious about it. Maybe no.
She told me that she loved me by the water fountain. She told me that she loved me and she didn't love him. And that was really lovely cause it was innocent.
Weird pathing there.
Had a cup with something else in it. It's getting kinda blurry at 10:15. And he was in a hurry to be touching her skin. She's feeling kinda
It's trying to. Oh wait, what the heck? It's so weird.
what she told me by the water fountain. Now he's grabbing her hips and pulling her in, kissing her
Yeah, for sure. I think. Never mind, not for sure. Wow. How was that not a perch? That was like a.
Look like it, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a. I think it might go here, yeah. Yeah. There you go. And yep, that's it. And just make sure you're jumping up. Yeah, there you go. Great recovery, yeah. That was a great recovery.
Yeah, I wanted to do the first one I did. I had to do because I was a little low.
Yeah, yeah,
when I got up there
exactly.
because I had to jump on the block.
Yeah. No, that was a great recovery. 27-16. Nice.
Yep.
It's probably a little better than your last run. Or your other run. Cool. Honestly, like, the best thing we can really do right now, I think, is just going for seeds back to back to back and just running as much as possible.
Yeah.
Because you already know everything, right? Like, at this point, it's just kind of getting the reps in.
Yeah. Just getting the sequence down for like, especially the eye measurement thing has got me really worried.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, the worst that can happen is it's going to take you a bit, because we can always get more blaze rods. We can't always get more pearls, but, like, we're probably going to always have quite a lot of pearls. Like, it'll be pretty rare to really, really mess you up. It'll just take a while, that's all. But yeah, as you do it a lot more, you'll get more confident. So, you want to just run it back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so should I do Shift
Petra-
F3 here?
Yep.
Yeah. Update it like this.
Yeah, so it is close. Wait, is it close to you? Yeah, I'm kind of confused. I forget what you're. I don't think you have anything, right? You don't have anything. No, you don't have anything. So
Oh.
keep kind of trying to run around and look for a shipwreck maybe, but then also open up your F3. Head positive X, because it always has to spawn in the pause quadrant.
Okay.
Yeah, this way, and then check for your pie chart again. Nothing. Just stay. You don't have to thin. Just like check on Quake Pro or not Quake Pro. Just check on non-thin and just quickly check if there's any kind of spikes anywhere. Yeah, you can just like shift it through and out. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Oh, that way.
Kind of this way.
So yeah, now you would thin and see.
Oh, now I would then. Okay.
Yeah.
This one.
And make sure you have the choke borders up. So it's somewhere that way. So try and get closer and then narrow it down a little bit more. I think I maybe have it, but just like run towards on the land. Yeah, just on thin and then just keep running. Or you can stay on thin, it's fine. Yeah, I think I have the chunk. Yeah, keep run over there. It's the one with like the sand in it that's like pretty far. No, it's like diagonal from this one. Yeah, this chunk.
This one here.
Yeah, the one that you're standing in. Yeah. Pretty.
It's-
9-9 is. I think it's this one at least.
This one.
Yeah, there it
Oh,
is.
down here, yeah.
Nice. And then head back towards like the trees, yeah. And raise all your settings too, yeah. Make sure on 20 render actually on BT and shipwreck seeds.
Okay. Yeah, we might have to change that then in standard settings thing.
No, like, because we have to be on 8, but then like we have to go to 20 now because, yeah.
Okay.
So that we can see kelp, because kelp max distance is 20 chunks.
Okay.
And
Make a
then-
pressure plate.
Sure, yeah.
Like here, maybe.
Like put it on where the grass is actually.
One up.
Yeah, like yeah. So yeah, one up is always gonna be like gonna get you more logs as well. One up and one away is the best way to place TNT.
Use it on this one tier, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, we can just get a bunch of wood.
Okay. Where's the wood? Here it is.
There it is. So we're just gonna make iron axe and iron pickaxe, and then we're just gonna make a stone shovel.
Okay. Stone.
And then bucket and bow and doors.
Doors.
So now, kind of run around the island and check for kelp and ravines and stuff. Oh, is that a ravine to the left? We're kind of close to where you got the BT. It's kind of hard
I
for
think
me
it's
to tell.
fish.
No, not
think it's
kelp, but
fish.
like in the water.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like one.
Yes. See
Yeah.
if this ravine is real. Oh no, it doesn't look like it. So
No,
keep
it's not.
keep kind of like going this way, and circling around, just looking for ravines.
Maybe here.
No, unlucky. Wait, this sucks. Is there any other things? Okay, there was like one thing that I maybe saw. I keep circling though this way.
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to be in within a certain range of the buried treasure, like
Okay.
10 chunks or something.
Maybe over here. There's one.
Oh yeah, try this.
Yeah.
Sweet, nice.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we have to get gravel or
Yeah.
flint. Very fine. Just put a thing there. Right.
Nice. Oh, weird. Oh gosh. Yeah, just maybe,
yeah.
I don't know. It's like really awkward.
Try another spot like here.
Sure.
See if it's
You may
better.
have to grab the door back though.
Just do that. Oh, I'm for the breath. Yeah, you're right. Get down there. Bro, come on. Really?
Okay, nice. Oh, this. Oh, okay.
It's kind of weird too.
Not that much better. Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
after you're done this portal, you throw out your fish.
This
Accidentally.
one. Oh, did I? Okay, I
There's-
still have. a
Yeah,
couple,
no,
but,
you can
yeah.
grab it. It's behind you, up and to the left. Or, I don't know how to say it exactly. It's just like above you, I think. There it is.
Way up there, yeah.
Alright, let's see if we can break that cobblestone. Yeah, and then break. Yeah, nice.
No, we'll just.
Perfect.
This. Okay.
F3 and okay, there might be 2 bastions. I would lower your render distance a little bit to like 13 or something. And then yeah, that's fine. And then yeah, okay. Where's this? Yeah, there. Okay.
50 there.
So it's like diagonal. Try and look up, see if there's anything above you. Yeah, try and go up there.
Train up there.
Freaking lava. Nice. Yeah, I think it still goes up a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Try and go over that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Nice movement. Yeah, keep going this way, and then yeah, just kind of up here. There it is.
Yeah.
Stables. Okay, so what I was trying to show you or get you to do was like, oh, I should have shown you. There's like a safe way to loot this chest.
Come down here, right? Or you can do something with the.
Oh,
I just try to go down here.
wait, go
Is that the
back
right
up, go
one?
back up. Mine
Hold on.
in the.
Yeah.
Do you know where to mine down? Like, go back to the left a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, it's like here, right?
No, it's more to the left.
Or is it?
Yeah, it's like
oh,
up.
Oh yeah,
Yep,
it's right here, right
and
here.
yeah, there. I think, yeah, is it this one or is it one forward? Oh my god, it was one forward.
It was one forward.
Oh my god, okay,
I
that's
see.
my bad. I couldn't remember. I made that strat, I couldn't remember where it
No,
was.
I should have remembered that. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I should have remembered that.
We can see
Yeah.
change.
Is it here? Oh yeah. Yeah, I should probably go over those again. 'Cause I
Ye-
should have known that.
Yeah, I like the mine to just like quickly. Okay, let's see here. Petrarch. Just on Quake right now, or no. Just you're on
Yeah.
the correct settings. Just open your project. Just Shift F3.
Yep.
And then just see where it is. Nothing. Okay, that way.
Yeah.
So now we thin, and chunk borders.
Yep.
Yeah. There we
It's like over
go.
here.
Yeah, and try and scan it from the other side, maybe. I think I maybe
Here, so
know.
maybe
I think it's
that
just
one, maybe?
yeah. I think it's just keep going. It's like one in front and then one to the right. I think it's this one.
This
yeah,
one?
yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
And there's bubbles there as well in the water. We'll enter here.
Okay.
How much iron do we have? I think it's split accidentally. Oh, and
that?
yeah, raise all your settings. Okay, we have 9 iron. So just punch one log for a button.
Okay.
And then blow up the TNT with the button.
Back here.
Yeah, that's a great spot. And then yeah, we can do one more TNT too if you want.
Yeah. Back here. So.
Sure. All right, we're gonna make a gold axe, iron pickaxe, iron shovel.
Hold it. and shovel
Yeah.
and bucket.
Yeah. And bone doors.
Yeah, okay. And then do we need food? Oh, we got fish.
We're good, yeah.
Uh,
We'll rock with the amount that we have.
probably
It's just
swim
right
down
here, yeah.
Boat.
Oh, nice. You got it first try.
Uh,
Oh, it was over there. Oh, wow. Okay, this sucks. Okay. Wait,
Yeah.
wait. Go down, go down, go down. Is there lava somewhere? Oh, no, there's not. It's not. Is that good enough lava to make a portal at? Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh,
yeah, it
water.
is.
Get water.
Oh yep.
There you go. And now go over there and make your portal on this ravine.
Yep. What's this? That's
Alright, this guy too. Before you do this, actually, just E-ray to make sure our angle is correct. Like, go 30. So we have, like, the perfect angle on this. Wait, actually go, like, 40? 50? So it's like... Okay, it's like that way, yeah.
that one.
This is really annoying. I'm pretty sure we're going to the wrong bastion. I'll ask you to lower your
Yeah.
render distance next time, because I was, like, so convinced that it was the right way, and then... Oh, well,
here
we're
it is.
here.
Oh well.
That's okay. They'll probably be fine once we get farther. Yeah, just keep mining through because I have no idea where we are. Oh, stables?
Yeah, seems like it. All right.
You're in the middle at the top right now, so probably want to go down to the bottom middle chest.
Yeah. Gonna shift.
Oh, this guy's ugly. There you go. Nice. Oh my god, why is there so many?
Shoot.
Nice. Oh my god, we only have
Temple.
one gilded. Alright, yeah, have that on your bar and eat, honestly, eat the, yeah, sure. Alright, just be really cautious as you're going up here and just be ready to throw your gilded. And then check this, if this is a good gap or a bad gap. It's a bad gap, so go in
Yeah,
there.
actually-
Yeah.
Yeah. Check the bottom chest.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Nice armor. Okay, so the other one would be a good gap.
Yep. So let's go up and get that. Here and here.
This is fire.
This guy.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that out?
Yeah, block
maybe?
off. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. You. Picking up stuff. Okay.
Oh, yeah, nice. You should have like gone over to the safe spot and then let them in, but that was fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was that guy doing?
I have no idea what that guy was up to.
I just place a block above their head,
Mm,
just so they can't jump out.
Yeah. Rules, obsidian. Okay. Nice. Other stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
One more trade, or are they done? Okay, they're done. So you have 10. So we're just gonna go up and look for, or 12. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
Well,
So we've looted both the bottom chests. So we just have to go up
hang
now.
on. Even more, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
13. 13.
Perfect.
Okay.
Go
We go-
up, just up here, and then let's see if this is lootable.
This chest here.
No, not there. Okay. Let's go up the middle. This is a triple. Nice.
We go to get the gold or no?
No, no, no.
Just go.
Don't bother with the gold. Just go up.
Yeah.
We need to get 20 obby.
Yeah.
There's 2 triples.
Okay.
Nice.
18. Guess we could use those pants.
Grab the string too. Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Surely there's more obby in this triple over here. Perfect. String there. Alright. You can loot this if you want.
Guys, not much else in there.
Yeah, we have to picture for the fort. Zero it out.
0.
5. 5.
1. That was a 5.
1, 1,
One.
3. There you go.
3.
And then raise render. Oh yeah, we're totally at the wrong bastion. The fort is so far. Okay.
It's probably
26.
this
maybe?
way, right? The way we
Yeah,
came?
it's probably the way we came. Might as well. Well,
That's towards 0, 0, so might as well just send it that way, I think, probably.
yeah,
right.
sure. Just go a bit closer and then Pyre again, but we're gonna have to Pyre eventually.
16.
Okay.
26. Okay.
So just yeah, chunk borders and then 25.
Borders. 25.
Zeroed out. I think it is that way. Okay. Pause X, because you already crossed that chunk
Yeah.
border. Okay, so it's positive X 25, so that's just like the way we came. Try and like go around on this terrain. There you go. How many fires do you have, by the way?
I just have
Oh
one
boy.
fire.
Okay, so just don't use it until we're about to get hit by blazes.
Okay.
And we just have to be really, really careful.
Yeah.
I think I forgot to say that we should grab more fire res. Together. We'll be fine. Keep going. Try and pull up maybe. Yeah.
Let's look here.
And you might see it.
That's another. That's the bastion we probably were meant to go to there.
Oh.
That's probably this way, right?
Yeah. Open F3. No, just F3. I'm just trying to read the quadrants. Is it?
Uh,
It's probably the other way actually.
think so.
Because
I would think it would be this way.
that bastion is in pause, so it's eating the pause quadrant. So it's probably the other. Wait, unless that bastion's negative. Actually, no, that bastion might be negative. No, it probably is negative. Sorry, yeah, I'm tweaking. Yeah, it is that way that you're saying. Just eat a salmon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get Cyrus.
Do you see it anywhere?
Do not.
You could read pie chart again.
Yeah. $18. 18.
And then just like cross like no wait. You should do the corner one. So cross this one and then cross the next one over there.
This one straight
And
ahead.
then raise render by one. And then cross them in reverse. So okay, so it is that way.
That way.
Okay. So
Yeah.
it's probably like right next to the bastion then, and it is a pause quadrant.
Okay. Should I just like ender pearl
Yeah, ender pearl up
What do you
like
think?
towards the bastion.
up here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somewhere in there.
Yeah, sure. And ready to block clutch, yeah. Nice. Yeah, go like up and then left here. Yeah, okay, we'll get it. There it is. I saw it really far away on the edge of your render distance. Or this
Okay,
is
I
so
saw it.
annoying.
Yeah.
Try and go to the right, because you don't have fire res. Pearl like up and on that to the right turn, yeah.
I can
right.
try and make it.
No, I would. Can you
Oh, yeah.
make this? I feel like you can't.
Uh,
I would go to the right there, yeah. And you can go up on that terrain.
Right side.
Yeah. So you can make this. I think you can.
Ish. Yeah.
Nice. And then. Sure, yeah.
And then I guess, like, I guess here ish.
Yeah, and then you can just be ready to block clutch. Nice. Wow, what a good pearl. Alright. Eat up and
This
then
is-
start nabbing. And then as soon as a blaze is about to hit you, that's when you want to drink your fire res.
Okay. I like this guy here is
Yeah.
coming.
Oh. Okay.
I'm just gonna drink it now.
Yeah, drink it and kill the skeleton, kill the other skeleton.
Oh, this,
Oh my god, they're
I think it might
fighting.
be it. Yeah.
No, you're good, you're good. Just kill that that skeleton only has one hit, and that other skeleton only has one hit as well. There you go.
He's dead.
Okay. Your axe broke. Okay, we can make an iron axe.
I already got this. Iron axe.
Alright, we're gonna get to a spawner as quickly as possible, and then.
There's a
Okay,
spawner
wow,
over
that is so
here.
far.
But I can't pearl.
No, yeah, you
I'm too
can't
low
pearl.
health.
There you go. Yeah, you can run that way.
Should we try to? Oh, we don't have any glowstone though. gonna say we can
Yeah,
try and hunger
kill these
reset, but-
blazes. Just be really careful when you're killing the blazes. You're just gonna get to the spawner, and then you're just gonna build your portal after you kill the blazes. Just build your portal. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to fight the rest of the blazes with a shield, but it'll be okay. Actually, kill this stray before you go through that stray over there. Because this guy will be annoying without Pyros. Okay. Cool. Alright, so we'll go through, we'll measure your eyes, and then we'll hunger reset.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
That's
fine
fine,
on,
that's
on
fine.
top of the boat?
Yep.
Okay.
Will you push the boat now? It might not be fine. Actually, I think it'll be. Just
Just get
replace
in.
it. Just replace it. It'll probably be fine. Yeah, there you go. That's fine. It's like I think pushing the boat might mess it up.
Okay, FOV 30. And then EPI down.
Wait, pushing the boat wouldn't mess it up, right, chat? That doesn't really
Pause.
make sense if it would mess it up.
Pause again.
Nice.
Guess that's 3 to the right.
Yeah.
And 99. Do you think we need to throw another one, or
No.
what do you think?
This is good.
No. Yeah.
Alright, grab your bow and then hunger reset and grab both of your eyes or reverse
Look at our
order.
boat. Okay.
Um
Yeah, hunger resets. Do we have a
actually
word?
you
Yeah,
should keep those slugs.
I think so. Okay.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to make a shield. Yeah, just make one bed and then or you can make all your beds actually if you just clear out your inventory. You have like 2 stacks of dirt that you don't really need. About 2 bones, 1 netherrack, gold nuggets, 1 string. Alright. There you go, and then yeah. Bed.
This
Yeah, you set the
bed.
spawn, nice. Then stand 1 quarter, throw in the other one. Oh, you crouched. Don't
Ooh.
crouch.
Don't crouch. Okay.
Yeah. It's okay. Not really that big of a deal. I think there might just be like a few things in your hole.
Yeah. Oh shoot. Yeah. This. Then we'll make a shield, I guess.
Yeah, make a shield. And then kill that pig as well. Probably only need like 1 pig, but might as well just for safety. You can lava bucket it, or that's good too.
Oh yeah, lava bucket will work too.
Nice.
Can we get 1 or 2 maybe? I
Sure,
don't
sure.
know.
Might as well just grab this guy. Alright, so we just have to play this like a classic blaze spawner, just with a shield, and I wouldn't even, I'm not going to tell you to blaze bed or anything, just mine it out when you have the chance, but yeah. Nice.
I'm gonna actually eat first.
I play on the one lower than all. Decreased, I think, right? Decreased is the best. I think it's the other block. Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Because you can see crit particles for confirmation, and you can see blaze
Shift.
particles
Oh, we
through
gotta
walls,
set
and you can see
settings
lava drips
down.
when you're blaze bedding, and water drips when you're in an ocean, and bubbles are easier to see, and a bunch of other stuff. Game render 2, 1. Oh no, other one.
Oh, it's not that.
2,
Oh yeah. 2,
1, 1. There you go.
There we go. This-
Oh, nice.
There?
Yep. Straight behind. So we'll try
Goes-
bottom left first, but then we can try bottom right after. Oh, try bottom right.
Just goes immediately that way. Okay. Yep.
Nice. So there.
These. And not sure how many of these we have.
We have a bunch of. It's
Oh.
fine.
Yeah.
Up settings.
Settings. Okay. Go.
Nice. Yeah, pearl in, eat your pork chop. And then sip the obby. And you could do half bow if you want. Oh wait, you don't have arrows, do you? Lucky. Okay, back
No
up.
errors.
How many beds do you have again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, not bad.
I think it's perching there now. Yeah, I missed the first one.
Oh dang, what the heck? It insta
It was
perched. That's crazy.
instant perch. Yeah.
Well,
Just
I guess
stand
we
out
gotta
here,
be
so.
ready for that. That's like unfortunate, but yeah. I guess we just gotta be watching it more intently. It's the only thing we can really learn from that.
Yep. Because it can perch from this
Yeah.
east-west, right? Pretty quick. Too.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't take
occasion.
that long though, because you purled in and then you went like to the side pretty quickly. Must have
Yeah.
just like literally insta perched.
Yep.
The only thing that sucks about this is there's no more max guaranteed force perch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I could
so
be
we're
here for a
just
few minutes.
yeah, we're just waiting.
Gotcha. Silver, you start running, see if you can beat the game before the dragon perch.
Yeah, imagine. No, there's no way I could. I mean, I guess there's a chance.
Maybe.
And also because I've seen the seed.
Yeah.
You'd have to get such an unlucky perch.
No, it's not it. I think this might be it. Nope, it wasn't it. He's going for it. He's going for it.
I'm going. There's just no way. Like you almost got a perch. I was just opening the BT.
going. Yeah, it's going. It's going now. There we go.
Nice. I crafted my tools.
There you go. There you go. Got the BT and everything.
Yep. Man. Okay, so
All right.
as much as like that was like a 34-minute run, I think
Yep.
this describes almost what we have to do in the tournament, where despite all odds, despite how annoying that seed was, all of like this kind of annoyances and stuff, you closed it out, right? And
Right.
I think closing it out is like just the biggest, most important thing, because 5-up is fast, but I think inconsistent. And so if we just keep that consistency, not dying, that's how we'll win the match.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And I won't throw the backseating anymore, because I sent us to the wrong bastion, but it's okay.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
One more.
Let's do one more.
Okay.
1 second. Let me reset. It's this button. Yeah. Okay. Reset the Ninja Brain. Okay. Desert village.
Ooh, desert village.
Blacksmith.
Yeah, and punch sticks on your way. This is an awkward seed. Oh, there's none. Okay, so it's okay. Just up your render distance and your... Ugh, this is such an awkward seed. Okay, honestly, we should just seed change. This is just really stupid. I gotta...
Okay. Alright.
It's just like, you don't have any wood right now, so you have to run super far for trees and stuff.
Ah, yeah.
Not as good practice. Okay, here's a BT or do a scan. Should be instantly scanning at the start of every seed. Okay, somewhere that way. Chuck borders and do thin. Okay, go from the other side. Yeah, I think I know which one it is, but it's like kind of far. So yeah, run over there. Yeah, I think the one you're looking at. But do you see the BT in the water at all sticking out or no? Might as well, yeah, let's rescan it here. No, it won't be in there. Actually, it'll be up on the sand. My bad, it was a bad call. Yeah, I think it's this chunk.
This one here.
Yep.
Okay. No.
Tier lid, boom. One more to that, yeah. There you go, nice. Cool. Head back to the trees, raise all your settings. We'll punch... Actually, yeah. Punch a,
Tree like here, or we could set up a TNT here.
Yeah, punch one and then set up a TNT like in between these three trees is actually like the best spot for it. Nice. And then what we're gonna do is make gold boots and then just grab some stone and then make a stone axe and an iron pickaxe and an iron shovel. So you can start
Grab
crafting.
some stone.
Yeah.
Yep.
So start with an iron pick and an iron shovel. And then make gold boots and then just get your stone.
Yeah, stone.
Need some more sticks. And then gold
Stone.
boots after
Stone
this. Yeah, stone axe. And then gold boots after this, and then bucket and bow and doors.
Yeah.
Shoo, thanks for the raid. Thank you.
Okay, and we look for I guess we get food.
Or this guy's kind of annoying to get. Oh, to your left, kelp over there? Maybe? Nah, doesn't look amazing, but just head towards it since we don't have much other leads. And just keep looking around. Oh yeah, that looks real.
Yeah, I
Nice.
think that's good. Oh, why? Okay, we're fine.
You can make like an L off like the other side. This is fine. You just have to do one repair.
This- Okay.
Just the magma in the corner as well.
So,
Or-
this one.
yeah.
Shoot. Yeah. My bad.
Nice. Open up 3, pause. Oh my god. Okay, leave the portal so that it scares away the hoglins. You have boots, so you're okay. And just run towards Chalice. Okay, nice. And just build up when you get to the Chalice with your sand. Ooh, careful.
Close.
Alright. Perfect. Get your blocks on your board when you have a chance to. Alright, perfect.
We'll need the sword, right?
Nah,
Probably
it's
not.
fine. You just chuck it.
I took the full block.
It's okay. Is it double single? Yeah.
Single on that side.
Yeah. Make your gold to ingots and drop some for the crossbow guy, and then, yep, and just do a Donkey Kong or right side. Either way, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, nice.
This one.
Connect the bridge and let them up. Yep, here you go. Maybe eat. Yeah. There you go. And this is gonna be just like mine to make the hole because you don't have any blocks in your or yeah, this is okay. This is good. Okay. It's so stressful because you're taking your gold off your bar.
Sorry. Yeah.
And then you're taking your blocks. You should have blocks and gold on your bar like all the time.
Okay.
Okay, cool. You could re-mine this gold block actually, and it might give you a couple extra pigs. And then they might come up from below. I don't know if you hear them. Is there any there? No. Okay, you're good then. My bad. And then yeah, check this chest. Grab the arrows, the spectral, because I don't think we're, and then the crossbow as well. And let's do pie chart right now, right away. 0, 0, 0, 3, 1. No, other one. 3, 1, 1, 3. And then 0, or like, yeah, lower under distance. Oh, it's closer even.
And 9. Whoops.
Okay, and go to corner. So
Oh, do you want to go to corner first, or?
yeah, you can. So you can cross that one, and then you cross the other one. So start by crossing one border, and then
This one?
Yep, and then go to the other side of the other one. Yep, that one over there. And now raise your render distance by 1. Yep, and then go back that way. Okay, so it's that way.
That way.
Negative Z. Cool. Negative Z, 10 chunks.
Oh, still got.
A little bit of gold for them, and then yeah. So let's just make sure we remember fire as this time. That's like the only thing. And just look away and then just like drop. Yeah, it's a little bit nicer if you just like drop it out like that. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, we have a bunch of
Where's
fire res, we have a bunch of
Rose?
pearls, we have a bunch of everything.
Obby, yep. Okay.
Yeah,
So
cool.
we're good?
Yep.
I think.
Yeah, I think we're
String,
good. Yeah.
And then it was
It was,
this.
yeah, that way. And then, yeah, just keep your height here, actually. Pearl, like, up onto, like, the trees and stuff above. Sure.
Okay. Pearl above, you said?
I think so. I think we should keep the height. Because it's 10 chunks away, so it's not that far. And, yeah, just make sure you're ready to block clutch. But, yeah, just keep going straight into your right. Open F3, actually. Is it to your right? Yeah, it'll be straight into your right a bit. Probably. Oh, is it just straight? Oh, it's just straight. It's just straight. I saw it on your left. There
Oh,
you
yep, there. Here.
go. Nice. And we can just build up and then, yeah. Nice. Cool. Yeah, let's see here.
It's probably to the left.
Fire
maybe?
res, fire res. Go to those strays, actually. Go to the strays. Do you see it down there? If you don't see it down there, then go to the strays.
No, I don't see it.
Just keep your eyes peeled.
Go
No,
to
not those
those?
ones. It's just, yeah, the two in the good part. Yeah, these guys over here. And we'll keep looking for a spawner around here.
I think it's to the left.
Yeah?
I think it burned.
Oh, it's okay. Any spawner
no, it's
that
just
way?
another
No. Okay,
another spray.
keep checking around on these. There it is.
Over here.
Sweet.
I think, yeah.
Yep.
Can I?
Just peel to the left a little bit. Okay, that's good too. But just eat when you have a chance. Yeah. Okay. Kill these guys and then kill the stray above and see how many rods you have after that. Oh, yeah, I don't think you're getting any, huh? Okay, actually, just after you kill this guy, just blaze bed. Just craft 3 string and then. Oh.
Sorry, yeah.
No, you're good. You're good. Just
Not that fast.
if they spawn, no. If they spawn, like you just kill them.
Where are the blood?
A rod dropped. It was on the ground. It's on the ground.
Behind here?
I swear I saw it drop. Am I crazy? Okay, I'm crazy. I'm just crazy. Huh? Okay. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Or yeah, sure. Nice. And then, yeah. Wait, actually. Yeah, this is good. We're gonna make anchors, and you're gonna blaze bed.
Oh, you want to be okay?
Afterwards, or
Okay.
yeah, wait for a spawn cycle. Oh my god, it spawned on the outside.
Oh yeah, it did.
Okay, you know what? This is too overwhelming. Let's just start mining the spawner.
Okay.
You're
these
not
guys
gonna
first.
pick up the rod if it drops, so
Oh yeah.
that was unfortunate. Get out of there, yeah. And grab that rod.
There's
Okay,
a
cool.
rod. All right.
Alright, yeah. Just play this chill. Just grab the stray on your left.
That one up there.
Yeah,
or-
up there, yeah. Yeah. Yep, go grab this guy. Because this will be overlapped with the spawner cycle. Oh, fire res. Oh
Ooh.
my god. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah.
Wait, what? How's your fire res out already?
Yeah, no, that's my bad. Yeah. I kind of panicked at the spawner a little bit.
No. I should have just been calling your fire res. I think you have to be crouch throwing your fire res. If you didn't do that.
Yeah.
That was really good pace though.
Yeah, I was just throwing like this.
Yeah, just crouch and just throw it. I was just not expecting it to get you would have run out of fires that quickly. Yeah.
I should have been aware of it too, but
That's okay. We can just go next. No problem.
Alright.
It's not the actual tournament, so it's not like it really matters. Just good practice.
Yeah.
This is still like learning for me though. I'm trying to make sure I'm focusing on everything because like for me, like I don't have to think. Cool. Perfect. And yeah, just grind the gravel in the portal. Do you know how to do this? Offhand the gravel and then
Yeah.
mainhand the. Yeah,
Yeah, like this.
there you go. I got it. Great. You don't have mark it. It's okay. A 3. Oh, you're right here. Open. Yeah. So it's like right next to you. So this is treasure.
Yep.
Is the bridge below you? It is.
It's over here. Yeah.
Okay, so just get your blocks. Make sure you're being real safe about this. Yeah, you just have to take a bit of fall damage. Ooh. Just run and build up when you have the chance. When you can. Okay, nice. Okay, just build back to where you were before.
Yeah.
And then we're just gonna eat food.
No poison, right?
No poison. And just try and place it so that they can't get up there, but yeah, there you go, nice. Cool. And yep. Nice. We can make our helmet. Just place those. Boom. Okay, nice. Good job. Oh, that guy jumped. Alright. Sweet. So that was scary a little bit, but we figured it out.
Bro, watch out, bro. What are you doing? It's out of control.
There you go. Yeah, you're good. Cool.
Okay.
We came from above. It's a rage bait. This is a rage bait chat message. We came from above, and it's a 25% chance of spawning that chest, and it doesn't always have armor. But you're good, man.
This one. Help again.
Jeez. Maybe just kill that guy, honestly. Might as well, because he's gonna be a problem for you anyway. Well, you could do that too.
I try and get him in up here.
Nah, you have a decent amount of
just kill him?
pigs. Just kill him. There you go.
Okay, well.
Obsidian.
Obsidian.
Grab this. Yeah, grab the backup.
That's underneath here.
And we're gonna make gold carrots, so only drop half of this gold to the piglins. And then like 1 extra gold to the piglins, I guess. And then there you go. And yeah, we'll make that. That's good. And then make gold carrots. Okay. So we need the food. We'll see if we get 20 here. We might have to go lower. Probably gonna have to go lower. Yeah, so
okay, yep.
all good. Yeah, we just have to go. So grab your crafting table and then yeah, let's go. Let's do the lower strat. So boat down and then boat down again. And
Get rid of this thing. Double boat.
Yep, and then
Now let me get these
oh,
strats here.
nice,
Other
nice, yeah.
Hobby.
Okay, cool. But we still don't have enough. So do the pearl hang strat.
Yep.
And just make sure you don't accidentally hit your own pillar.
Yeah, yeah. It's-
You're gonna hit it. I think to the right a little bit. You're totally gonna hit your pillar. There you go.
Right there.
Yeah, there. There you go. Nice. Yeah. Okay, and then yep, and then fire res before you go down here.
Right. Crouch on this.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. That's perfect. So now we have like a 257 fire res. Okay, cool. Break the spawner because it's important, and then grabs.
Block it off or so.
Yeah. Yep. And oh, this is weird. Yeah, that should work, hopefully.
Maybe.
I think maybe one block you messed up, but it's okay.
It's probably fine, yeah.
Probably fine. And then lava bucket
Ooh.
these guys.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Should grab that. And then start by after you lava bucket these guys, just loot the chests there first, because they might just have your gold blocks, which is like so much safer. Just dump them. Alright. You can just okay. And then just loot these
Loot these.
chests. Yep. 2 gold blocks there, and then loot the other one.
I got that. I should
You
get
can
that, probably.
get those, sure, but oh, smite 4. Okay. Yeah,
Try
get
probably
some crafted gold on your just in case anybody falls on you.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay. Just lava bucket. How much hobby do you need actually?
I think I needed like 3.
Just on hitting your pearl, you'll probably hit it. Okay. Go up.
Sorry.
You're good.
Away. Again. I just hope this hits pretty much.
Yep. If it doesn't hit, this kind of. Oh, do pie chart now while we're waiting. 0, 0, 0. Oh my god, it's flicking. 4. Yeah, there you go. 1, 3. Nice.
3,
Oh, it's far. Raise.
10.
Nice.
Nine. Not that way. What's over this way, maybe? Here?
Yeah. So cross this one and then cross the next one afterwards. Yep, and then raise by 1. Yep, and then
Nope, not
cross
that one.
in reverse. No, you have to cross like that, and then cross this last one. No, same way you came.
This way?
Or sure, yeah, that works. Yeah, so it's
That way?
negative x. It's negative x.
Okay.
Okay.
Did this hit? Yeah, 20.
Um,
Okay.
Cool. Wait, did
So
you? Is there any more in the corner? No, there's not. Okay. Cool. Fire res. Grab one more fire res. Yeah. Okay. So we should be good. I guess we can grab one more.
Alright.
There we go.
Fire res here.
Cool. And then it's negative x. So
Go down.
go out the back. Go out the back. So there's some opening.
Oh, down here.
Where you mind. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Just go around there and then, or out at the back here.
Here?
Just anywhere out the back. Yeah. And then open F3 real quick and eat food. So it's probably to your, yeah, it's probably just straight this way and then a little bit to the left. So to your right. Go that way. Yep. And probably like right here. See it? Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, awkward pearl. You don't have blocks. There you go. Nice pearl. Oh, and right to the
Another
spawner
one.
too. Ooh, little. Oh, that looks good actually. Damn. Okay. Let's try to
Try
blaze
and-
bed here. So just instantly 3 wool, or sorry, yeah, just like all of your wool, and then 1 bed. Just craft only 1 bed. Okay, good. And now, 2,
Two.
yeah, and then
Wrong side though.
no, it's
Alright,
good, it's good, it's good.
Fine.
And then nether brick on top. No, you have to do it in reverse.
side
Yeah,
first.
like that, and then nether brick on top.
Brick here.
Yep.
Okay, and then
Ooh, don't blow it up. Oh, okay, that's fine.
oh,
Because it'll kill the blazes and they don't drop rods, but it's okay.
okay. There's only
Just
one,
eat
but
eat right away. And then yeah,
Ooh.
build with soul sand. Here you go. Cool. If that gas starts shooting at you, immediately just drop your render distance to 2.
oh,
Okay. Oh, the soul sand. It was like that's like kind of weird scenario. It was because the nether brick and the soul sand combined, and then you like crouched off. Like it's
yeah,
weird.
yeah. Because it's a height difference, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just something to be aware of.
I need fire res.
Oh my god, good call, dude. I was not looking. Oh, need to lock in.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's so many blazes. Get these guys. I hit them towards the middle. Oh, it's okay. Towards the middle or towards like this stem part where you can cleanly hit them. Try and clear it.
I don't think I can.
I would try to get them. The lower blazes.
Just by
Like this
going
one's only a
down.
one shot. So like you can like kind of just crouch and try and hit it. Yeah, and then there was some other ones on the other side. Just use like the bottom, like use like this. Yeah. Oh, you have some more blazes that are chill, so might as well grab those.
Four. Up.
Nice. This guy, nice. All right, start your first portal and stuff. Don't worry about the spawner stuff.
Okay.
Ooh, wither. Oh, careful not to misplace as well.
Yeah.
And then you can grab the blazes because they spawned. Nice. Oh my god, they're not dropping. Here you go.
There's one.
Yeah, just go through your portal now.
Okay. I go on top of here.
Yep.
Should I raise render distance?
Oh, sure,
from
sure,
here?
yeah. It's not really a big deal, but yeah, I might as well.
I guess fireball might come back to hit us.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Good.
okay, lower this. Then we got this.
And the
This.
DPI, and then... Oh, nice. Oh,
Uh,
there you go. 8 to the right.
8 to the right. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 47. So we should probably
Yeah, I
do
gotta
it
throw
again.
2 guys. So, just go out of boat mode and then just kind of leave yourself in 30, honestly, and then just kind of move to the side like a few blocks only, and then just jump twice. Boom, boom. Yep.
2.
And then it'll be like the same kind of direction. Nice. And then yeah, you're already on 30, and then we can just go and DPI. And then... Okay, nice.
2 to the right. Okay.
Perfect.
And this.
Yep,
This.
and FOV, and then grab your eyes.
Yep. Grab the boat. Grab the eyes. Should I just.
No, it's
Roll up
fine, it's
here.
fine, because they're just kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Usually we only do that on oceans.
Okay. Just because that's so much of a time loss. I
Yeah,
gotcha.
exactly.
Should I lower RD to 2 here?
Sure,
Should I
sure.
go
Yeah,
2?
lower RD to 2 and yeah.
Maybe? Okay, and I'll
Drink the-
refly res.
Yeah.
2.
Nice. That was really good. Cool. We have
Ooh, that
enough.
was close.
Okay, 40
Enough
negative
there,
47
okay. Negative 47.
that way. So I would
This-
raise
this
render
way.
now. It might start shooting at us, but we just pearl away quickly. You'll have some good terrain. Oh, go up, 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 up. Yep, nice. And cool. Wait, how many pearls do we have? We have enough, right? Yeah, okay, we have plenty. We have tons.
Yeah. Yeah, let's grab these 2. There we go.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, keep heading that way. So you were on angle, so negative 4 248. Cool. Keep your F3 open. Negative 4 248. You're here on 248, and now you just gotta go like 60 blocks to negative 4. Yeah, that's a nice
Down
pearl.
here.
And then okay, we're at Y50, so go down to the right a little bit because that lower terrain will be more. Yeah, you can probably you'll be on half a heart, so. Yeah, now you can pearl down there. No, yeah, pearl to get
pearl.
lower. So that yeah, now we just build to your left like 4 blocks, and then behind you like 1 block. There you go, negative 4, and then that way. Yep, 248 is there. So
I keep looking at the wrong one. 248's right here. So
Yeah.
this one.
perfect.
Wait. This one. That. That's this one. And that's 2.
Perfect.
There we go.
And we're gonna lower our settings, and then we're gonna change our pie chart.
8.
And eat food, true.
Right. So then
Pie chart and thin.
3.
Oh, pie chart first. 2 1 1. There you go. Oh yeah,
Right there.
yeah. It looks like mid right. Mid right looks pretty good. Just go. Yep, nice. Yeah. Head this way. Yeah, I would. Yeah, sure. This is good because it has light. 4-way. I would go back towards the regular path. So through here and then down the stairs is where it's supposed to be trying to take us.
Sweet.
We're chopping your time down.
Yep. 25.
Nice.
Yeah, so I just gotta remember when I first get in the world, shift F. Unless I see something, just shift.
Yeah, just immediately.
Right.
It's like
Yeah.
just easy to like think about it like just like instantly. You just like don't even have to think about it. Just boom. I'm just doing a 360 and I just shift F3.
Yeah.
Because like even on the seeds, like the other seed types like Ruin Portal, like Village, those kind of things, if you're in a forest and you can't see anything, the pie chart still helps you find those ones. So
Gotcha.
okay.
Okay. Yeah. Let me reset the.
I don't know what your schedule's looking like, but I'm free still, so whatever you're down.
Yeah. Let's do another one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Do another
let's
one.
go.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Okay. Like this way somewhere. Three.
Nice. It might be just this one right close to you. Try and go in the one directly next to you and then circle check. Yeah, get in this one and then see if it's around you. Yeah, looks like it's here. So go to 9-9.
That's true. Ah,
You're good.
9, 6.
Other way, other way.
Wrong way.
No, other way.
other way. 8. And here.
Yeah. This is kind of annoying because... Oh, that's 10.
10.
You might have to go up for air. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go up.
Yeah.
Oh,
One
shoot.
more. There you go. Nice, yeah. I think you should loot like that like every time, by the way. That looting is so good. Other way, other way. Yeah, those trees, those far trees. So raise your settings. So I can, and then just, we'll just try to look around while you're like, 20. Oh, I think that's your kelp anyway. That kelp on the right, that's probably where we're gonna go.
I
Yep,
see,
and
I
that's
see
their
there.
main. Yeah. I kind of forgot how much stuff you had. I think you... Okay, make a pressure plate, iron pressure plate. And we just need to get 3 stone.
Yep. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Get the stone.
Yeah,
quicker.
that's good, yeah. Oh my
Skeleton.
god. Yeah, try not to let them see you.
Oh, yeah.
Get over there. That'd be really bad. Okay.
So we need pickaxe.
Yep, and then diamond. I like making a diamond shovel here. Yeah, that's good. And then diamond shovel and stone axe. Yeah, nice. And then boat and doors. Actually, you need one more wood, one more log for that, because...
Yeah, you're right.
Cool. Just grab a bunch more wood, because we don't quite have enough. But then, you know where the ravine is after this.
Mm-hmm. More wood. Hope they don't see me. That should be good.
Cool.
Doors.
Oh, no, you have those already. That's good.
Do I already have doors?
You're
Oh,
good,
you
you're
have
good. Just
doors.
go. Might as well. 6 is more than... better than...
Apple, apple, apple. Oh. Fine.
It's okay. It's like right below you, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I had 6 doors. Probably didn't need to get that, but that's fine.
All good. This is... You need to repair two magma on the left and the right. Which, it'll be okay.
Buckets.
Oh, 2 on the left and then 1 on the right that you have to repair. Nice. I think it's probably like in front of you, but E-Ray anyway. Yeah, right in there.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oops.
Try and look around here just to make sure. Like there might be a fortress that you can see. Just look around a little bit. Nothing. Okay, you're good. Just keep going towards the bastion. You have blocks, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
How to get there? Round maybe?
Just bridge.
Just bridge over.
If this, unless this piglin's angry with you. Oh, I can't get you. Yeah.
Oh, he's shooting.
Oh, really? Oh my god, careful. Yeah, you just drop down here. Alright, nice. Oh my god, there's war.
Stable?
Yeah, stables.
There's war going on in the stables. Oh my god.
Yeah, just build up on like the edge here. And then, yeah, we'll be like pretty safe on top of this, hopefully. Okay, so we can grab... Oh, it's a triple on the right, triple on the left, and then that chest there, but... I think you can maybe sneak in and grab that chest. This one crossbow guy might cause you trouble, but just try to dodge his shots for a little bit, and then... eat before you do this, probably, too. Yeah, just kind of back away, and then... Yeah, keep your blocks in your bar. Nice. And then, yeah, do you know what chest I'm... Oh my god, are they gonna drop on you? Run in here and, like, block it up. Oh! Oh my god.
Oh, he made it! He made it! Oh! This guy, though!
Oh my
Oh, it's
goodness.
over. Yeah, wow.
Okay. That's tough. I mean, I don't even know
I
what
think
to
it's the right
do.
play. I just need to have better block placement on that.
Yeah, I think if the guy is mad at you, try to like run away and then turn around and then block up or something like that. Because like he's just
Yeah, run first and then block. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's my
Okay.
bad.
No, you're good. Stables, armorless stables is tough. It's just tough. You should have blocked that guy off so many times. Just absolute like weasel.
This is right there the whole way. Yeah. The temple.
Yeah, raise your settings. And let's start while we're running over here looking for the lava pool and stuff. Try and go in F5 and stuff. Was there a lava pool in the desert over there? Yes, I
stone, I
think
see
so.
stone.
Oh, there's one over there. That one's nicer. Well, okay, so we'll go to that one after, but we're gonna go to the trees where you came from, first.
Okay. Where's it? Ah, jeez. It's in the corner.
Oh, nice. You got flint, I think, too. It might have dropped like behind. Oh, you got it. Yeah, nice.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Cobblestone? Do you have cobblestone?
No.
Might as well grab some, yeah. How did you not get any? That's weird. It's unlucky. There you go. Alright.
Okay. So we're going to the trees, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The other side is your hole. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah.
And then, so out the front, and then to the left, yeah. And so we'll just build up that tree on the left there, and then, yeah, that's good. Eat rotten flesh. I want to get in the habit of doing this because I think it's good to start regenning early. And then, craft, pickaxe, shovel, or stone axe, pickaxe, shovel. You should just place all your sticks at once, to be honest. Shovel, and then flint and steel, and then boat.
Flint and steel.
Yeah, and then we're gonna kill these cows. And clear, yeah, clear inventory is good.
This don't need. Oh.
Baby cow. Oh,
No, why?
yeah, just try and like clear out all the grass beneath it, and then it'll be easier to light. Nice. Cows are just ridiculously fast. So like,
Where
yeah,
is
it
he?
might be easier to start trying to spam click them, I'm not gonna lie, because then they take KB and then
Yeah.
grab these, yeah. Cow,
sheep or-
yeah, cow. I
Or
don't know,
cow,
it's like
you mean?
weird. Like, I think cow is fine, actually. Yeah, just grab the cow, and then you can probably just go to the lava pool. I was gonna say grab these 2 sheep instead of the cow, but I think it's just fine to grab this, yeah. And then we'll just go to the, it was behind you.
There's a lava pool.
Like, back
behind
towards the
me.
temple, sorry.
Okay.
Towards the, like, that way, yeah. You see it? Orange? In the distance? Past the temple.
Over here.
Nope, to the left.
I'm totally blind. Over there. I
There,
see.
yeah, you got it. Okay. And we just need to grab some water before we hit the lava pool, that's all. And also just have your rotten flesh on your bar and eat it as you go through the portal. Alright. Yeah, or this. This is good too.
Good.
Cool. Cool. And then F3 when you're... And then pause. Okay, I think it's in front of you again. E-Ray, when you have a chance. E-Ray.
Yep.
Oh,
it's in
you see
front,
it? You
it's in
see it?
front.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go. What bastion is the treasure?
It looks like.
Try and look around for the fort. Honestly, go Quake Pro right now and just like see if you can see it on the edge of your render distance. Anywhere. No, nothing over there to the right. See, keep checking. Like go forward a little bit. Like towards the bastion. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that way. Like to the right maybe is what I was thinking. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's
I don't
we
see
can't
it.
see it. Yeah. So just go back to your regular FOV. FOV. And then eat food. And then you see how you build up on the right there. We have a bunch of blocks, so we can just build all the way up there. So we do have 3 gold that we could use to distract a bit if there's any problems, but just try to go to like the basin, and then let's check for the chest, see if it's there. On the opposite side. Yeah, over here. Just to your left a little bit more. I can't really check from there. There. Okay, it's not there. Yeah. Okay, cool. No problem. I want to say eat a steak before we do this route. I think that's probably a good plan. Just like no pigs around.
Yep.
He tends to switch like everything with his 4 slot.
I hear them, but I don't see where they're at. Well, it's a good thing there was none there, because I would have died.
Yeah.
Ah, there's one. Oh yeah, there are no pigs here.
Wrong block, wrong block.
Did I get the wrong block?
To the left one. There you go. Oh my god, nice. Nice. Nice.
Uh,
Like, it's only bad because he just keeps swapping his
where is
blocks
everybody?
off his bar and then back on. And then his food off his bar. There they come. Only 3 though. Weird.
They've like wandered off to terrain.
Yeah, honestly, that's like most
Oh, there's
likely.
one in there.
I mean, I'm down to
Here's some
coach
Crimson
SB,
Forest
but I don't think
nearby.
SB's here. Yeah, just be careful that in case they jump you.
Um,
SB will probably win his match tomorrow anyway, so we'll have more time after the match.
okay. S-
Yeah, just try and dump a bunch of
Chest.
stuff in this chest, like keep your rotten flesh,
Yeah.
but throw out like the cut sandstone and the diamond and the diamond and the flint and the pressure plate, and take the arrows and the crossbow. The crossbow in the other chest is actually, oh, that quick charge button, nice. I'm not gonna lie, 5-up didn't grind at all. So like, depending on how much we do tonight, if Cub wants to keep grinding for a while, like, we're gonna be good against 5-up, I'm not gonna lie. Only 7 obby, we probably are gonna have to go. Oh, never
No,
mind.
we got it. We
Damn.
got it. We got it.
Yeah, just 2 more fire res and split your pearls.
Got that.
Like cobblestone, you don't need dirt. You don't need polished blackstone, flint, cobblestone and dirt in the middle.
It's 3. I think we're probably good then.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So I think we should break spot. Wait, what's your coordinates? Ah, never mind. Just go negative Z. Just go negative. We'll send it. We'll send it. I believe in us. So
Negative Z. All right. This way.
yeah, just go along above this terrain to your right. That way. Yeah.
This way.
Make sure you have a fire res ready. I wouldn't drink it like right away.
Hold on. This guy's gonna come and kill us.
Oh, that's okay. You don't have to get in the boat again. You're good.
All right, we're good. Just throw.
Yeah, just throw. You're not gonna have too long on that eye, but you can see. Oh, you might be on it already. Actually, zoom in. Yeah, you're perfect. Nice.
That's
-1. Yeah, 1 to the left.
so shift. Okay.
Perfect.
Then undo this and this.
Just raise FOB. Grab your bow. Grab the eye. And then fire. Yeah, you have the fire res already ready. Nice. Cool. Oh my god.
Come on, spider.
Another.
Seriously.
Watch the fire. Oh, it's gonna burn.
Oh.
Oh, get it. Nice.
Got it. We got it.
Okay, you have enough. 101.
101. This way.
Yeah, that way. -66, -224. So it's like 110 blocks in front of you and then 20 blocks to your right. Oh yeah, you'll be able to... Oh yeah, pearl to like gravel to like the right there. Yeah,
R1?
yep. That's gonna be like pretty close. You'll have to go a bit farther.
66, 224. So we're here.
And
66.
then yeah, it's to
24.
your... It's like that. There, yeah. Like check, watch block cord.
Block cord minus 66, 220.
There.
Here.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, hello. This one.
Nice. And you're on the block. And get ready for pie chart and settings.
Yep.
Actually, you might have the
so-
pie chart set already. Yeah, you do. Settings, 8 RD, and 50 entity distance.
On the small menu, video settings.
Here you go, nice. Escape, yep. And then, alright, let's see. Nothing. Keep trying not to hover. Oh, there you
That
go.
one?
Yep, straight right. So I would go top right here. And I
one?
would just do E to when we have a
Top right, okay.
chance.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, just... Oh, it's right here. Yeah, for sure.
Nice.
We already have all the eyes crafted that we need. This is perfect. And then raise your settings.
Video settings.
Cool. Just
the
mine
best-
out. Yeah, that's fine.
Just gonna mine out.
Pearl.
Okay.
Nice. And then just yeah, so go... Oh, we only have 15 planks. Okay, we have 5 beds, so just clear like 4 slots out and then... Oh wait, we don't have
Yeah, I
a
don't
crafting
have a
table. Okay, well I'll make
crafting
anchors, so... Oh my god, this is my bad. I did not realize this. Okay. Make your 3 beds,
beds.
and then make 2 anchors.
Okay.
Yep.
This inventory just has so much junk in it.
Yeah. You're good now. Just make 2 anchors. First page.
Yes.
1, 2. No.
Oh,
it's okay.
So
Okay, we'll full bow.
Yeah.
So get your crossbow and just start shooting down all the crystals.
yeah, that's my bad.
No, you're good. No, it's I should have. I didn't realize we didn't have. I was gonna check for wood, and I like put it in my brain. Check how much wood we have, and then I just like forgot to check. Yeah, just focus on getting all these crystals down. You're gonna need to get all of them. Classic end fight. This will be chill. So we have this cage one, and then there's like one on the opposite side of us. Nice shot. Yeah, get that one that was healing off of it, and then get the cage next to it too. If it's kind of hard to shoot, you might want to build up, but this one's good, easy, nice. And then opposite to you, there should be like 2 more, I think, and then you maybe have gotten them all. Nice. That one's gonna be hard to hit. These are both gonna be hard to hit, but you can do it. Yeah, just yep. Yeah, you should be able to hit them now. Oh, careful, fireball. Nice. That last one is kind of hard. Okay, it's perching east-west. So just go pearl down. And then stake. And then just get ready to... Well, do you want to do east-west beds? It's going to do lower damage. Just do east-west beds, honestly. It's perching, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one.
So you're not going to probably get it in this cycle, but you'll get it at least after this.
Can we use TNT against
You
him? Like, with a block?
can. Just do it after. So like hit it 5 times with the axe and then do TNT.
We're just gonna do lower damage here, pretty much.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
the
gonna.
Enderman.
You just watch the head. Yeah, this Enderman's in the way. Oh my god, this Enderman is ridiculous. It's okay. Okay.
Not too much.
Yeah, axe it 5 times and then TNT. Oh, it's on the other side. Oh
couldn't get there.
no, flybug. Okay. Just try and bow it.
How does that miss? What?
It's actually a glitch in the game. That on everything that was a glitch. Oh my god, perching. Okay, stand. No, go in the fountain. Or okay, no, you're not gonna have time. You're not gonna have time. Just go enter through the wing. Enter through the wing. Ooh, is it too high? Oh no. Ooh. Pearl.
I got no bucket. There's lava.
Let's try. Okay, all good.
I should have grabbed Pearl.
Yeah, no, you're good, you're good. Oh, I just didn't realize we didn't have wood. It's my fault. Okay.
No, I should have grabbed wood when we.
I'm surprised.
the
Like,
first
where
one.
did our wood go? I think we just didn't blow up enough or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
All good.
Yeah, I think when we TNT'd here, we didn't get much.
Oh yeah, we should have blown up 2 trees. Yeah. Okay. Next
Yeah,
time.
that's
Next
my
time.
fault. Yeah.
No, we're good. We're good. That was such a fast run. And you would have hit the clutch if you had water. Alex Pumasway, thank you for the 5
Maybe
gifted.
if-
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess there's not really a chance
Thank
to
you.
grab water unless you get it from a cave after you.
Yeah,
run
it's
into
too
some-
awkward. Yeah, it's just too weird. But it's okay.
I should go for pearls though if I get.
Yeah,
launched
pearls
like
for
that.
sure. Pearls, yeah. Next time.
Yeah.
It was a bad call from me because you shouldn't have entered through you should enter through the wing, but since the terrain was like elevated, you couldn't enter through the terrain through the wing. You had to enter through like the tail, I think.
Yeah.
So it's okay. All right.
Reset that.
It's okay. That was great pace.
Yeah. The pace was decent that time.
Huh. You want to keep going?
Yeah. Let's do at least one more.
Okay.
One portal.
Yeah, here we go. Grab the axe. Yeah, nice.
Okay.
Complete the portal right now, and then nice, and then go look for animals in the plains, and raise your
Should I
entity
give-
distance and
yeah.
render. Yeah, sure, but raise your entity distance and render. Usually it's nice to look for the animals first. So, any animals in that plains to your right? They should be there.
Yep. There's a pig here.
Oh yeah, grab this pig and then grab those sheep on the right.
Don't run to water, bro. Don't do it.
Maybe get your axe in your one slot.
Uh,
No, get behind you. The sheep. Yeah, these guys are closer.
Sorry, I'm actually blind in runs.
You're fine.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
I'm your eyes. If you just full charge one axe hit, they should just die. So you don't even have to crit. Nice.
I'll get one more.
Yeah, honestly, get both. Get 2 more.
Get both of them. Okay.
Yeah. Because mutton is not quite as good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get one more even.
Sure. It's on the way, but your axe is about to break.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Just punch it, I guess. So, actually, go to this cave behind you. go down there and yeah, get some stone here. So just make a stone wood pickaxe and then just get four cobblestone. Wood pickaxe. And then just get 4 just for an axe and a shovel. And then we'll just get you more wood before you enter, and then we'll just enter.
Oh, you want a pick?
No, axe, shovel.
Axe, shovel. Okay, yeah.
And boat as well.
And boat.
Yeah. Okay, you're good.
Need a hoe.
I should keep that because it's
Oh, 'cause
distraction for the big ones.
right.
And then grab a bunch of wood here from these trees.
Should be good, I think.
Grab some more actually. I don't know, because you just want to have like a bunch. Like I like aiming for a stack, of planks. Like that's close enough. I mean, it's chill.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cause just so you can build around a bunch.
Yeah.
F3. Boom. There you go. It's like in front of you. To the right, I think, maybe. Go 30 FOV. Yeah, that one. The 35, for sure. It's like pretty close. Yeah. Is it the fort? Or what is that? Is it the bastion? Oh my god, that's wait, that's that way. Oh my god, I was totally taking us the wrong way again. Okay. Try and keep your height, actually. I think you can go up and around and a left here. Yeah.
Up this way,
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah. This will work for sure. And you can use your wood, too, because we got a bunch of extra.
Oh, right.
Oh, it's... Okay, it closes off. Yeah, you might have to go... yeah, try and go down here. That is
Down?
better.
Ooh.
You're good. Just, if you need to throw the hoe out to distract, then...
Oh, yeah. Probably will.
Ooh.
but there's
Build
no
up
dude.
when you can, and just kind of... Just run away. Yeah. Over here. Oh. Is he still on you? Eat mutton.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then let's dig down on the correct spot there. Oh my
He's not.
god. Oh,
Yeah, he's still at me.
what the heck is that? We can't really kill him because he's gonna... Just run out into the open and then just build up 2. Yep, and then just build a 2 deep pit for him. And then just crouch over it. So mine a 2 deep pit for him. Just mine 1 down. And then mine 1 more down. Yep, and then crouch over it. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. And then let's mine down on so it's that one that you're looking at, or
This one?
no. The one in front of that. That one.
This
Yeah.
one.
Yep. There you go. Okay, and then place some blocks so you can get down there. Yeah. Nice. Boom. And you got armor now, which is really nice.
Grab this.
Nice. Oh, no iron. So it's probably at the other triple, or maybe we can check the double, or the chest like in between the. So yeah, that way. No, go it that way.
This
Yep.
one.
Yeah, and then straight ahead here, and there's a chest like below you down here. Yeah.
Down here. Yeah.
Yep. And just make sure, yeah, there's no piglins. Okay. And then go safe loot the other triple, because the iron will surely be here. If it's not, I'd be so unlucky. Oh my god. There you go. Nice.
Beginning of the mines here in this bastion. Man. Here.
Nice. Okay, there we go. We got the iron.
Grab this.
Cool. So yeah, make the pickaxe.
Okay.
You need to make the ingots and then the pickaxe.
Uh, it's
All right, let's go back. So let's go down to the actually go down to the, see those piglins down there? Mine through there, that basalt. This actually
which
just
ones?
just down.
This one?
It's not really that important. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal because this will just take us right to the middle. Yep, right here, and then just we can loot this chest as well. Oh, it's
Should I
lava.
block this off?
Yeah, block it. It's gonna flow weird maybe. Oh, that's fine. Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, that's really weird that is all lava, but
Okay.
yeah, now we can go down here after we wait for this lava, but
So,
and we can check good gap to our left.
Yep.
Oh, bad
Oh.
gap, so we're gonna have to just wait for this.
this guy survived somehow.
Yeah. Wait and then go around it, and then you can kind of run down the left side.
Yeah.
Just yeah, there you go, and then we can start build up, and then yep, cool, and then yeah, nice, good job. I don't think we're gonna have a ton of piglins here, but it's okay. The lava really messed things up.
Yeah. This is
Nice, yeah, that's smart.
yeah, there's not money in there.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll just we'll spend the time that we have to just like look for the foreign stuff.
Yep.
Go pretty much in the lava for a while, so. Ooh,
There's
maybe up
terrain.
there. Yeah, I would go up there actually. That's a good call. Yeah, and then just eat food whenever you can. Ooh, what? Run. Yeah, just run away. Eventually, you'll get far enough away from this guy. And you can like
There's pearl again.
Yeah, that. Ooh.
We'll see. Oh, okay.
Okay, nice. There's the
four.
fort.
Yeah.
Yeah, just eat when you can. You should have blocks on your bar like always, and pearls on your bar always. You have gravel, but gravel's like not that nice of a block.
Yeah. Do this. Yeah. And I think I can make that. Let's see.
All right, just build up, yeah.
We're on this side.
Eat as you're running and looking for the spawner. Where is it? I don't see anywhere there. Yeah, grab that stray. You have space. Yeah, keep going this way. I grab that stray as well. I feel like it probably is over here. I don't really know though. Maybe, is there like some turns in this buried part?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's up here.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
nice. And so you already have the bed, so
bed.
go. Just, or yeah, but you need to grab the nether brick back. So
Oh, I do. Yeah. Bricks.
cool. Kill these two. All right, place the nether brick and then
And
yeah,
big
1,
up
2,
here.
and just hug the. Yep, there you go. Boom. Was there lava? No. Am I tweaking? Okay, there isn't. Okay, nice. Oh, there is.
There.
Yeah, so just build up and block it off at the source. There you go. Nice.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Careful. Just eat a piece of mutton and punch out this fire, and then start your first portal, to be honest. Oh, kill these guys. Oh, fire res, fire res, fire res.
Bup, 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 bup.
Oh my god.
Ah,
Dude, just eat when you,
yeah.
thank you, and then there was a mirror. Holy shit, I didn't fucking see that. My brain just needs to like, just be like so locked in. Oh my god, these blazes are going crazy. Get 7 rods and then leave.
Okay. Six,
7.
7.
Boom.
Okay.
Yeah. Build your portal. Just build it. Nice.
This one.
Okay.
Okay. It's just here, I guess.
Yeah.
A boat.
You just full craft it, honestly, yeah. Nice. Oh, you might be, like, on it, to be honest. Let's see. Maybe a little to the left, but... Oh, tiny bit to the left. Just make sure DPI is lowered.
Yep.
Nice, okay, cool.
6.
6 to the left.
Okay. And then this. DPI. 3. Okay. Boat back. We don't really need the eye, right?
Nah, I don't need it. I think... Do you think... Maybe hunger reset. Make a bed. 'Cause you already have the 3 wall.
Okay, reset. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I think you should. Actually, make all your beds, sure. Why not just do it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good enough. You have 7 slots, so... There you go, and then bed down, opposite corner.
Grab this. Bed down. We gotta make sure. Alright, and it's like here, right?
Yeah, I mean anywhere, any 2D pole around it. Oh, is there a skeleton?
Oh,
Just
sleep him. Sleep him away.
you can just probably hunger reset. Maybe just kill them.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's a war. If you die, you have your bed set.
Yeah, that's true. There's Axe. Alright, there's hunger reset, I guess.
Yeah, well, maybe try and grab your, like, a tool to fight them with. Oh my god, these zombies are ridiculous. Okay, run away, actually, just run away. And then just place a new bed, and then just hunger reset in a new bed. Run a little farther. Till they can't see you. Alright. Place a new bed. Set your spawn. And then... Oh my god, okay. It might just kill you. Fix your... Yeah, there you go, okay. Dude, this guy is ridiculous. Just grab your bed and then run back to the old one. Run. Oh. Okay. Go. Surely he'll forget. And then grab your bed there, and then go through the nether. Okay. Good, honestly, like... Yeah, yeah, might as well make an axe. Okay. Nice, and then fire is nice, and you do have 1 rotten flesh, which is not bad, honestly.
Okay.
And then, yeah, just crouch and throw this, not in the portal, but crouch and throw this fire res.
Right here. Yeah, yeah.
Cool, 117, yeah, so you had it. It was like,
That
yeah,
way.
that way,
This
yeah.
way. 130 minus 226.
I might run along the floor, but that Hoglin's really annoying. Yeah, it's like it'll be... Actually, yeah, Pearl there. So then F3C right now? I think it's just like to your right. 19 blocks.
19.
So
And
it's like...
like
you should
here?
Pearl into the lava, but it's not that way, it's not that way. It's, oh, yeah, it is. Sorry. Yeah. You're there on 130, and then you just have to go, like, to the left a little
Just
bit
Pearl
and
like
forward.
here-ish.
No, because you're like on 130, you're at 127, so you only have to go that way.
Like
Yeah, like that way, like
here.
15 blocks. Yeah.
Like here.
Oh no, okay, we were wrong. Okay, wait, go back up. Just bridge over. It was 130 was on the X, so I kind of messed up. We were there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's just behind
130.
you, so, and then yeah, that way as well.
Is the right way?
Yeah, that way as well. Yeah.
I feel like I'm totally lost here.
No. Keep bridging. So you're getting to 226, and then
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we need to go further. Okay. I
and
see.
then behind you, back to
26.
130
And then
that
this
way. Yeah.
Yeah, we're too far.
Sorry, no, I just totally threw that. Oh, it's good. It was like directly below you and to the right, and then I second guessed myself, and I thought it was like in front of you. Okay. Yep.
130. Okay, right here. This 3.
Okay, I'm not gonna say this, but like I knew it was the right direction, and then I second guessed myself because he said it was the other way.
26. Yeah, okay. This one.
Yeah.
Didn't
This
get
is
lucky.
weird. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, settings.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, and before you thin, change your pie chart.
Yep.
2, 1, 1. Nice. I
You
might just
there?
be in front of you. Ooh.
That's front, right?
Yeah, front left, yeah, right.
Yeah.
It looks like kind of big, so I'm a little worried, but we should go. Definitely try it. Yeah, keep doing this.
Heard lava to the left up here.
Oh yeah. There's a hidden bottom left in this. Yeah. Ooh, careful. You could just like, yeah, sure. Oh my god, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, do that. Might as well do the hunger reset now just to practice it. Oh yeah, nice. Block that up.
Just gonna.
Yep.
Make sure this is,
So yeah. Do you
let me
remember?
also block this off. Well, I'm just gonna block these off.
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah. You're good.
And it's here. Whoops. Here. This one. Here.
Yep.
Set the spawn.
And then make sure your hotbar is full so that it doesn't like lose
Right.
its positioning.
Let's do like this.
Just shift click anything right
Yes.
there, honestly. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. Yep. Yep. And then yep. Nice. And then just wait for a second. Boom. And then grab your bed.
Armor. Bed.
And then you're good to go into the middle.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. Raise your settings.
Oh, it's not one a setting. This one. 100.
Yeah, we don't want to pearl around too much just because you don't have any food, but
Yeah.
we already have beds pre-crafted, so we can just get into shooting arrows right away. I think we have arrows.
Let me get these beds on
Oh
the
yeah, yeah, of
car park.
course. Multi-shot. Nice. Yeah, just get all these easy ones and then. Oh, careful. You're good to pearl in still, but not if you take any more damage. Alright, just
Okay.
back up, honestly. It's not worth getting any more towers. Almost, almost. Oh, can I go?
Yep, there it goes. Yep. Over.
Nice. Let's go.
Yeah,
Amazing.
my inventory management is just not great.
Yeah.
It's really where I struggle the most.
No, that's okay.
Sure,
Maybe we
for
should
sure.
spend like a little bit of time in the Bastion just to fully just make sure we have everything cleared out, our hotbar good. And yeah, I don't know. It's okay though. It's okay.
Yeah. But that's where I lose the most time for
That
sure, in
is, yeah.
inventory.
Yeah. It's kind of tough to yeah. It's tough. How are you feeling?
Good.
Yeah? Okay.
I can do maybe one more.
Okay.
One more.
Yeah. Okay. I'm down to do one more. Can you give me like 30 seconds? I just have to throw some laundry in there. Laundry.
All good. Chat, what do you think? What's current PB? Our current PB is 2130, but that's an RSG, which this is like RSG, but like a good seat every time. We're cooking. You're a bit quiet, Cub. It shouldn't be. Should be like exactly the same mic settings as usual. Although it might be a little bit quieter because I'm using regular OBS. I've never seen somebody so good at throwing ender pearls. Yeah. Oh, silver's a bit loud. Turn it down a little bit. One sec. Turn it down like 3, maybe. That's good. Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back.
I'm back. Okay, you ready?
One sec. Hang on.
Okay. no
Yeah.
problem.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Remember, instantly check for badger.
Yep.
Oh, it's a.
Desert Temple probably though.
Yeah, it might be like over this hill because you can't really see it very well.
Yeah.
There you go. Raise your settings and stuff. There's the lava pool to your right as well.
How do you see that? Like I didn't even. That's just insane.
Well, you're focused on grabbing the sticks, which is like kind of fair. To your
I
right.
still don't. See
No, it was like it's
I don't
it's
know.
in the savannah. It's in the savannah.
Okay. Okay. To my right. Yeah, I was looking left.
It's all good.
Ah, insane, man. I'm just blinded.
I think after you speedrun like a ton, your eyes start to become trained, and you just start looking. You know exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, 7. I have stone. Yeah, I got stone. I guess I could like just throw out what I don't need here. real
Sure,
quick.
yeah, throw a little bit. I like doing it, trying to do it like after you blow up a TNT or whatever, but
Gotcha. This side. And this way.
yeah,
Tree.
that tree is great. And we'll get this water from here as well. And just, yeah, eat rotten flesh while you're waiting. Oh, yeah, this is good, yeah.
I'll just get another tree.
No, yeah, this is actually better than what I was gonna say. Nice.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll see what we have to do with gravel here, but we might have to woodlight, so. Nice, yeah, and so just a stone axe and shovel, and then a iron pickaxe. And then a boat. Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah, so maybe spend a second now. You honestly don't need anything yellow in your inventory. Just throw out all that and just keep dirt. And then
So throw out
all this, yeah, and even on your hotbar, yep. And then just keep like 2 stacks of dirt, and then, yeah, cool. So now,
Gravel. No, that's andesite. sorry.
andesite, don't need it. Okay, so we might have to woodlight here. I don't see where gravel would be. Yeah, I don't think.
Here.
Maybe try to run like just up this. Yeah, no, yeah, just woodlight.
Should we get the animals too?
Yeah,
Yes.
so we'll start the woodlight and then we'll get the animals after.
Sure.
Okay, it's fine. That's fine. It'll just flow into that one, but it's like doesn't matter really.
I'll just leave it, I guess. Sure.
I think it's fine.
We need one more on this side, I think.
All right. Yeah, build the cup. Except for these hoglins, oh my god. Make sure, try
yeah.
it. Hopefully they don't see you. If they do, kind of try and block yourself in. I think it's just a baby one coming for you though, so you might be okay. Seems okay. Yeah, don't bother with TNT right now, it's really awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
Do
good.
that. I'm just gonna go ahead and craft the
Sure.
helmet here.
I grab all this gold and then it's the right side route.
Yep. Ooh, gold. That's right side, you said?
Yeah.
This one. This one.
Drop lots of gold. Nice. Nice.
I'm
Bridge,
gonna go
yeah.
this one.
It's all good. They'll come.
Well, I'm
They'll
just-
make their way
yeah.
eventually. You just have to kind of build the staircase up for them. There you go. Drop. Oh my god, you have a ton of pigs. Gold, nice. Yeah, that's like honestly fine. If you don't have time to build the bridge, that's just totally fine.
Okay.
Nice. Loot the chests. Nice, and then which one we get? Sweet. Okay.
This-
Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff in here you don't need. And then pie chart right away.
That's. Oh yeah, yeah. Shoot the 3. 6, 5, 1, 3. I should lower render distance before that, probably.
That's fine either way. Okay, and then raise. 13. Or yeah. Okay. Cross this one and then cross. Sure, that one over there is fine. Just you have to mine through a little bit. Just kind of make yourself like a corner here, because you need a. Oh, never mind, it's that way.
That way?
Pause X. So, okay. Craft your
Got obsidian.
blocks into planks, that'll save a slot.
Oh, yeah.
And then we just need to get a couple more fire res and. Or one more fire res even. Nice, okay. I think we're good. Yeah, should be good.
Alright, sweet.
And so it's gonna be forward, pause X, and then it's gonna be to your left a little bit, because we have to go to the negative quadrant.
Up top, maybe? Or
Actually down, I think down, yeah.
Down, okay.
And then make sure you got food on your bar. And then just try to go left here.
Let me eat this.
Like forward and left. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Okay, pearls.
yeah, nice.
Make these.
Cool. To your left, like probably quite a little bit more because oh, there it is.
There it is. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
Just
can just
go
build
up.
up around this. And we forgot arrows. It's okay.
Okay.
Wow, this is
So
really
I-
annoying.
I
It
saw
does go
configured
this
one.
way. Yeah, it
Yeah.
does. Yeah.
Okay.
Be nice if we had like a hoe right now or something. There we go. Yeah, just keep checking. Every single one of these intersections could have the spawner, so... Oh, okay, yeah.
There's one down here.
Yeah, it's probably worth checking just in case. It's probably not going to be here, though. Alright.
Okay. This on my bar.
You should keep pearls in your bar, though.
Keep pearls. Okay, yeah, just in case I get knocked off or something.
Pearl past this wither, honestly. Or... it's kind of hard, actually. There you go, nice. You didn't check the intersection behind you. Kill these guys. Nice. And then just check the one that you didn't check. Okay, nothing there. Okay, go, keep going. Is there something this way? I like can't tell.
Hear fire this way.
No, okay, so it's just the way that you were going before when you blocked off the wither.
Here, maybe.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Uh,
Oh my god, watch out. Okay, nice. That's perfect. Fire res, yeah. Okay, yeah, you know. Good job.
oh.
What the heck is this?
Okay, we can get that.
I totally
No,
thought
why
he was
you-
gonna
oh
pearl
my
like
God,
in
guy.
between the slit of the like little
It's
thingy.
ages away from here. 2.
Depending on how many rods, you might not even have to blaze bed, but we'll see. Or I guess TNT. 4? I'd just not even bother. It's donut. Actually, donut's fine. Donut's fine. Sorry, donut's so easy. I forgot. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Might not even be worth it, but
Whatever. It doesn't take that long at all. I wouldn't even build out like any of the sides at all. I would just, oh my god, okay. Are they gonna blow themselves up? Yeah, be careful of that.
The rod,
Okay,
the rod survived. at
yeah,
least.
just
Rebuild it. That's not gonna work. Will this work? I don't even know.
It probably will.
Let's find out.
You have 6 anyway. There you go, nice. Just start. Okay, kill this guy.
X.
It's gonna be kind of annoying because you don't have a back wall.
That's way too far.
Yeah. This part is nice because this guy will be fine. Don't hit it. Oh.
My bad. My bad.
Okay, it's fine. Just start your. Okay.
All right.
Just kill them and just try to hit them into the center. Really, really focus on just hitting them into the center. Okay, you have 7. You have 7. You're good. Just go. Just go. Just go. Just go.
Okay.
All right. Build it. Just build it. Where are you running? Just build it.
Sorry. Just gonna-
Sure.
Okay, so
Ocean.
this one. This. This. Okay, I'm off by a lot, I think.
Yeah, it's okay.
This DPI.
Nice, you got it.
13 right.
Yeah.
Team. Okay.
Perfect. Now we don't even need to grab the eye because we have 7.
We.
We have a bunch of beds. We can just go.
should I-
Let's fire res.
Okay, I got enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Fire res. Yeah.
Yeah. Just try to like. Well, actually, no, it's fine. Get some food. Angle is -8.
Alright,
That way.
this way.
Yeah. 218, 12. It's only 760, so it's not even that far. 218, 12. Check lower. Yeah, below you. There's terrain. Yep. And then per like one more time to the in front. No, to your right, because it's only -8. Yeah. So there, and then it's 5 blocks to your left and 16 blocks in front of you. No, to your left.
218. Oh, this way.
Yep. To your right now. There you go. Yep, all the way to 12.
218, 4.
No, 12.
12, 13, 12.
Just
Sorry,
keep
I'm looking
mining.
at the wrong ones.
No, yeah, just keep mining. You're good. You have to mine for one more block. This one.
Okay, this one. Okay. 2, 3. Okay.
Perfect. Light in your bar.
Yep.
Okay, get ready for pie chart and settings.
Okay. 8 0. Is it 2 1 1? Nope.
2. There we go. Yeah, you had it. It was 2 1 2.
2.
Yeah, unlucky this time. I don't know why it just changes sometimes. Thin. And then. Huh. Okay. Try going mid, and then we'll just see where that takes us. Rescan, like a little bit deeper into mid. So we only have 2 paths off starter. Doesn't feel like it would be a... Oh,
Oh, here.
how is it right
Uh,
next to us and we can't pick it up? Settings. Okay. And your inventory is a bit of a mess, so but you just have to throw out everything that's not wood and wool and your pearls, I guess. Boom. Okay. Watch the drag. Yeah, get this on your bar and then watch the dragon. Oh. You're good.
This,
You really need
this-
to be in the crafting table.
You're right. Okay.
Cool. As well, like, eat your gapple or something. I don't even know. We've just had so much food in these runs. I think we're getting too much food. I think you take way less damage than, like, I think.
Ooh, I
Oh,
can't
this is
see
awkward,
him.
yeah. And back up a little bit. Just watch the dragon's breath. It's just a little awkward because of this hill, but so you might just have to push forward earlier than you think, but
Yeah. Still above, still above.
ooh, that might be something. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. Perfect pearl.
Way early.
All good, all good. Nice.
Okay.
Let's go.
Sweet.
Bang! 2140.
There we go.
That's sick. That's sick. You're getting so consistent too, I feel. Everything is just flowing. Everything's coming together.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Let's go.
Sweet. Yeah, I don't know how you spot so many of those little things, man. Thanks for all the callouts too. Like you really saved me with like saying settings and
No, of course, of
all
course.
that stuff. 'Cause I would 100% forget, man.
No, when I've done it like a trillion times, it's just all like second nature, right? So
Nice, nice.
cool.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you were cranking today. Like I'm really glad we got like a lot of these runs in because like I feel like we're like prepped, you know? We're prepped for sure.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I better call it for
Yeah.
tonight though,
Of course.
just because it's getting a little late where I'm at.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was awesome, Silver. Thank you so much. Again, guys, everybody in chat, if you're not following Silver, he's one of the top speedrunners in the world. He's been one of the top speedrunners for many years now. So definitely
you.
check him out. He does this stuff, but way, way faster and way more efficiently, like instantaneously. So yeah, go and follow him at Silver Runs if you have not done
Thank
so
you.
already.
Thank you.
And we'll be live tomorrow, right? Sermon's tomorrow.
Yep.
I think my match is around 3:30 Eastern, so 2:30 Central, 12:30 Pacific time, I believe. So yeah, tune in for that if you want to see me. I think I'm playing 5-ups in my first match, and then I think if I win, I go into day 2, and if I lose, I think later that night we play again. So,
That sounds correct, yeah.
yeah, it should be fun, guys. It should be fun.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. I know 5-ups is really good, but we're gonna give it a shot. See what happens.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
Awesome.
I think that's it. Thanks again, Silver, for joining us. This was great.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. That was really fun. I love coaching. Okay.
Yeah.
Peace.
All right, Silver.
See
Take
you
care, man.
later.
Bye.
Let's go! Another successful coaching session. And my pizza's coming. SB time? I don't think SB's awake. Let me see if SB wants to do some tomorrow morning before his match. So here's the thing. I don't know when their matches are. How do I check? Bracket. Oh my god. What does WB 1.2 mean? Winners bracket 1.2? Second. What does that mean? 40 minutes after Masayoshi Sylvie, or... Like, I just don't have any... I just don't know when the matches are. I just don't know. I literally just... I don't have... Did I get pinged? How does 5UP know? Or how does fucking... How does Cub know?
Best survival is a skill best served cold, as they say.
That's not what they say at all.
like, bro.
Jeez, I'm alive. Okay, phew. How's that?
Maybe here I would start eating your mutton just so you can heal up a little bit faster.
Fair, okay.
Switch, like you can just hit your key on.
I need a garbage hole.
Why is nerdy coaching?
I pearled into the dragon and died.
Oh no!
Oh no! See, this
Crazy.
That's what Pengy will do.
Exactly. You just be Jacko. If you can beat Jacko in a private room, you can beat Pengy. Okay.
Exactly.
No, Jacko, thanks for following the script and boosting.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Let's go.
Bro, like, what is going on? Like, what is happening? Like, what is happening on this scene? Like, why is Ish in a call with Jacko and Nerdy and some other motherfucker that I don't recognize? Like, what? Like, what? Like, genuinely, what is going on?
Narrator off.
Getting side coached. But, like, where's Kyle? He doesn't have fucking work right now, right? It's like 8:30. Oops. I guess usually jobs are no, wait, what? It's 8:30, never mind.
Dude, B, thank you for the sub, B, dude. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. How's my holy fires?
Like, where are people VCing? Like, how does everybody just end up in a VC together? No, it's just funny, like... What happened to be salad? No, what? No, it wasn't the regular mid OCC. I don't think. Well, maybe it was. Maybe it was. But Fiber is in the mid off Discord, but I don't think like Emerald or V-Strid is. Well, I know Emerald and V-Strid aren't. I played as much as Infume? No. Not right now. I think I have the potential. It's, for me, like, getting #1 would mean, like, just being, like, so incredibly locked into my flow. Because the problem, well, and also just improving my decision making a lot. Like, I just don't know. I don't know. My decision making is kind of not that amazing. Which is something that is really bad. You beat it for today, 2140, right? Oh, they were just in chat. I don't think Sylvia's had a coaching session.
Oh, he just plays strays only.
I tried to scream.
Oh my god. That's oh my god. Yeah, and I just try to hit it again because like I'm just behind and I'm just gonna lose 20 seconds if I try and fall into the lava. Oh, like he just plays only strays and that wins. He wins. Like I can't do anything, man. Oh my god. That's just so much fun.
I think I have to blaze bet though, and then I'll just
My god, what?
How do you not?
The fuck?
What the fuck? There's like level 2.
Why has he won like every match recently?
There's an overwhelming blaze bet. I'm happy I did it.
Oh, I've never even hit 2400. How is Feinberg at 2500? I should eat pizza then queue up. Thoughts?
Just hit me. Just hit me. Just fucking hit me.
What time do you wake up? This morning I woke up at like 6 and then I went back to sleep and then I woke up at like 8.
Guys, I do not care that Infinity lost. Also, if you really cared about me doing well, you would not want to
put additional pressure on me in the game. So like, why are we, like?
Because they don't care about you doing well. He's gonna get rank 1.
I'm gonna read that and be like, oh, I'm gonna try harder now. It's like, oh, my default trying is what, 10%? Like, where do I go? I already told you earlier today to not talk about Infium, and then you did again. Like, it's chilling. Just like, don't get it. Do I actually listen to the music? Yeah. You can tell I really shittily sing along, and it's probably a little delayed a lot. This is like all I listen to. I barely really listen to anything else. Like, that isn't just my playlist. Which am I going? Oops. Let's
Ah! And like quicksand, the game is so momentum. You know what I'm about to say? Why does he have 2 bed, 1 anchor? That looked like 3 beds. Okay, that was Aura. He set it up. 1220? Fuck off! I got a 1220, I got fucking beat 2 times over.
I feel like I didn't do anything wrong. Nice. And I'm lower elo than where I started. That's a dub. Oh.
24.99.
For 15 minutes or more than 15 minutes?
I'm gonna kill Feinberg in game. Next time I see Feinberg, I'm gonna give him a big ol' high five. Dude, I remember when we were at the where were we? We were at Chicago and at dinner or something like that. And then Feinberg hit rank 1 because Infium like lost a few matches. It was so funny. And everybody was celebrating in the fucking big this restaurant. Alright, let's watch both. Jonathan, arriving now, pizza. What if they both, like, fucking run into each other and both, like, lose 20 elo and then Dugile becomes number 1? Yeah! Everybody loves Dugile.
Dude, I'm so bad at this game.
He's dead. Oh my god. He actually lost. Like, he already lost. Because he's low HP. Never mind. What the fuck are these guys doing? Nah. They haven't watched my Bastion tutorial. They don't know about they don't know how to swerve on the piglins. No, there's no way Feinberg. Actually, he might. I haven't seen Feinberg do triple the gap, like, ever. Okay. Well, it'll save him, like, 2 seconds of time, but he doesn't have whatever was in that chest that Infium got. Actually, I don't even know if it saves time. It's probably time neutral. Over 15 minutes, both people lose. Dude, yes, that's a great idea. You probably got, I don't know, actually. I don't know. I guess sometimes pigs can, like, wander up the double, and you might not get those guys. Otherwise. Triple to bad gap to good gap the other day? SB knows it. SB knows it. The game went on too long, it ended and everyone lost elo? Really? That's fucking hilarious. It's crazy how much Infium kept his bread here, even though he's on like 2 hearts. It's like weird, because it like definitely lost him time in the Bastion, but now it's like saving him time while purling. It's just like, what is the difference there? Damn, he's gapping hard right now. Oh my god, wait, Fiverr's taking way better terrain to the fort though. Oh, wait, what? No, that was a fucking bug. That's so... I hate that shit so much. The fucking... He had like a blue chunk error and it just looked like terrain. Okay, he took like so much better terrain. Oh my god. But he's so low. He's still so far behind. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I just feel like piglins, like, might kill you sometimes, but I don't know. Oh my god, the pizza's here! Oh my god, I forgot! Yeah. You want to hear something interesting? Usually, they cut the pizza into 8 slices, but this time they only cut it into 6. How weird is that?
You get the 99 there. I just threw a terrible. GG. 0 strikes again. Ah, terrible, terrible, terrible player. It's okay.
He used 10 explosives and died on side setup. Bro. Also, just like, in what world am I losing? No. In what world am I losing 50 fucking seconds in this fort? I literally enter.
Nobody's happy. Nobody is happy now.
Like, in what?
Primark, why do you have to
How am I
choke the
losing
0? At least one person could have been
I'm trying
happy.
Like, it makes no fucking sense.
This is the reality. They should have both lost 20 elo, huh? Yeah. Can't Dougal be number 1?
He just has strays. He just has strays. Like, he doesn't play for. He has strays that he doesn't play for. He's just out on the next cycle. Like, I'm gonna fucking... Dude. I'm gonna touch Feinberg, bro.
What?
I just don't understand. Even that's like...
Like, what was... Like, what am I looking at? What's he trying to do? Pearl higher?
I just don't know why I'm not just whipping this up. It just makes no sense. I just troll for no reason. I play the rest of the CBR, I troll for no reason. It's fine.
Dude. This fucking...
No, that was like actually my reaction exactly.
It's just... okay, it's funny as well. He does side setup and does like a 10 explosive and dies, and I just 2+2. Like...
That's not really that funny. The fuck? It's skill. It does that if you bet at a really bad height. Yeah, it's like weird, like fucking. I actually don't know how. So do they both just have to play Hypnotic once and then?
Did I just make the zombie pigs angry? I literally don't know. Shaman.
Ish, thanks for the raid. I hope your practice went well and your stream went well.
We died, so. Oh, puzzle number
Suppy.
2. Get
I'm just
behind
eating.
through the tree.
I'm watching
Number
Viber get
1,
in
get to the
fume.
glowstone. Puzzle number 3. Wither skeletons.
Pearl. What is he doing?
What's puzzle number 4?
Just playing a private room. Alright, let me get some caffeine in me and then I'll queue up. By that I mean Pepsi. Thoughts on mixing Pepsi and pickle juice?
I can make a crossbow and have 11 explosives, or I can make a bow and have 10. What do you guys think? If I really need them.
I watched Masayoshi watch this video on stream. Oh, it's Pickle Pepsi.
Hello YouTube, how you doing today everybody? Listen, I'm going to do a video on how to make pickled Pepsi at home. That's what I'm going to title it. I've seen a video about KFC making pickled Pepsi, and the guy that was reviewing it, it was crazy. 2 pickles, little bit of Pepsi, which I'm going to show you how to do it at home for cheap. And the guy paid $3.99, almost $4 for it. What the hell? You could go home and make it for free.
That's
And
some
this is what I'm
bullshit.
gonna show you right now. I got my Pepsi, got my glass. I got my pickle jars with pickles.
I love how he says pickle. My pickle jars with pickles.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the pickles in the jar first. That's what it was. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
I'm not doing this, by the way. There's absolutely no way I'm doing this.
There's one. Doesn't want to cooperate with me today.
This sounds disgusting.
There's two. Fork down. Put the lid on the thing. This is very easy and cheap. I don't know what the hell KFC was ever thinking of. Like, what the heck, man? $4 for a thing that you could just make at home. See? 2 pickles in a pickle jar. See? Cheap and easy. What the hell, man? And Pepsi. Open it up. Oh, yes, I forgot one thing. Pickle brine. Right.
The pickle brine. So you put 2 pickle slices in.
There you go. A little bit of that. See? This
And then you put the pickle brine.
Same thing. I'm not going to do the hot sauce thing today because it might mix it up. Stomach ain't feeling right. Now I'm pouring in the Pepsi.
And then the Pepsi.
Like they said. I don't have ice. I never use ice.
Fuck ice.
So yeah. There we go. Cheap and easy. Now obviously, the guy...
What's the hot sauce thing? I'll show you the hot sauce thing.
Well, just wait. We're going to give that theory a theory. And you got that right. I'm going to taste it.
Theory, a theory.
You know what? The guy was wrong. It tastes very darn good.
Alright, man.
It does.
Alright.
I mean, I like it. I mean, the taste is so sweet. Buttery. Because I'm using butter pickles. Yeah, it's very good.
Okay. Here, I'll show you the peppers and hot sauce.
Hello YouTube, how are you doing today? This is going to be a very good and easy video, and I'll get right into it. Thank you all for what you've been doing, it's so wonderful. Okay, first of all I got my glass.
Toronto Maple Leafs.
And I got my hot sauce. I love my hot sauce.
How many games did I lose? 7?
Now,
Fuck yes.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Pepsi in the glass, as usual.
This was
nice crack.
Different strongholds.
Love the
This is
crack.
not my fault.
Loki, I'm jealous of the he gets a can. I only got this fucking fuck ass bottle, bro.
That much Pepsi, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, that much Pepsi. Now, I'm going to put the hot sauce in it. Love my hot sauce.
And then Dugal got me twice, and then I...
Simple and easy.
What is this? Oh, just like Nav.
But that much. Then I give it a roundy stir. See?
Like, I just don't believe this tastes good. I just don't believe it tastes good. Like, I just don't.
Ooh, smells spicy.
Alright.
Hot saucy.
Administration may have something special on our hands here.
Now we taste. Hopefully it tastes good. Wow. Oh. Wow. Spicy. Hot. You know, somebody on the other video I was watching said it tastes gross. No, it don't.
Damn, 2 gulps?
Wow.
That sounds so gross, bro. Have I lost again? Lost to Infame, yeah. What the fuck? I was like, who's watching my stream? It was me. I don't want to do that. It sounds gross.
Let me in.
I don't even think we have pickles. I think we have hot sauce. We might have pickles, but like Loki, do pickles get expired or are they just like fine forever because they're like fermented anyway or whatever? Because we might have like a pickle jar that's from like 2022 or something. They were pickled properly. Jar itself expires. What the fuck does that mean?
Oops.
The glass? It blows up. Where'd it go? Oh, it's down there. I don't think these guys are friendly. Oh, that was smart. It starts to break down? I've never heard of water expiring. I've heard of water like, yeah, I guess it does like kind of taste gross though sometimes. Watching one stream is way too boring. Infume almost died. Alright, he survived. Feinberg's pulling to the fortress. Now, how about two audios? Everybody's gonna hate this, but I legit do this. When I'm on my own, I do this.
That's so bad. I don't learn. I don't do learning experiences, I guess. There's just not some
How about I turn on my music too? Thoughts on that? No.
Yo.
We just okay. I still think I have like no pegs.
Subway Surfers? What? Eventually they'll queue into each other and it will be like the prophecy. Low-key, this might be it. They're both out of sport at 4:30. If they both just have a normal-ass endgame, then... Well, Infume's a bit behind. Wait, who's gonna win? What if we just pretend they're playing against each other? Infume's so far behind right now. He actually lost. However, guys to grab beds. Infume already has enough explosives. That's the big difference here. Infume's rates suck. Hey, Infume's actually getting destroyed though. He is gonna lose to be solid. Yeah, they're playing each other.
Baka.
Infume's
Like,
blaze rates are so much worse. Beef Salad's in Stronghold? Oh my god, Beef Salad owns Infume right now.
Like, I just don't even know
What
how
the
to do
fuck
that.
is Feinberg doing? They're both gonna lose.
Maybe he just didn't get that.
I just.
Wait, now who's the real winner? Nahan or beef salad? TNT cannon. What?
Ew.
Infume's music died down so we can only hear Feinberg's.
So sorry.
Wait, what do you mean? I thought they both got gravel. Sure, they both did. Oh, he only had to put 1 TNT, and then Infume had to put 2 TNT, I get you.
Like, what the fuck are we doing? Why is it tweaking so hard? I swear there were 2 forts also. Yeah, there are. Oh, interesting.
Remember, boated so much worse, but then he took better terrain to here.
Oh my god, I got pearls from that.
Pearl hang. Oh my god, let's go, Feinberg!
That pearl is so bad.
Let's see. If I wasn't so low, I could have tried to. I could have sent the pearling before going down, but I just like as way too.
Dude, why are they both? Am I the third? Feinberg. There's Feinberg, there's Infume, and then there's me. Dude, I don't understand how Feinberg has time to do all this fucking inventory management. Okay, well the answer is that he doesn't, because he hasn't fucking looted the chest yet. How is Infume out? He's home portaling? No. Okay, the answer is that he doesn't have any time. He just spent like forever doing inventory and Infume just left. Who in HPG is the biggest crash out? What does that even mean? Why don't they mine through in Pearl? Feinberg loves those pearls. No, that does not mean that. Why are neither of them? Oh my god, how do you find this?
Oh, it's there.
I don't wanna. I wanna listen to what the song about Feinberg's. What time do I have to wake up for mid-offs? I don't know. I might do a watch party. I think I'll do a watch party, so hopefully I can join their watch party thingy. But I'll say I'd love to join. I'll be up at that time. And then I'll paste my Twitch link. What the fuck? How do I make it a link? How did Hacks do that? Yeah, how do you make a Wait, it probably doesn't matter actually. How do you make a message a link on on Discord? Ain't you legit in call during the run? Well, yeah.
Fuck, I had it and then I didn't.
No, I'm actually the most goated backseater. I don't even know who would be better than me. Like, I actually am the most goated backseater. Infume and Hacks, like, might have better decision making than me, but, like, Infume is, like, mic spam, and Hacks, like, is gonna fucking make up an analogy mid-run.
Oh my god, that almost fucking... Oh my god, it did fuck my items a little bit.
Text URL.
I'm not gonna fucking enter in, dude.
Hyperlink website URL. Be sure to include. No, Curry's a good backseater, but he automatically gets bumped down because he's not a ranked grinder. Like, is Curryway gonna notice the fire aspect fish? Is Curryway gonna notice the?
Dude, shoot me, man.
Wait, what the fuck happened? Why is Feinberg so bad at 0?
If he hits it, he hits it. I don't mind losing this game if he hits 0. Yeah, it does. It's true. I just, like, didn't pro clip correctly, and didn't want to go for it. This is fine. I don't care about losing this game. Like, I care, obviously, but, like, it's not like I got scammed or anything. I just didn't go for it. Because I counted the blocks for the pro clip wrong, like, twice. But if you pro clip correctly, like, this is 88, so you go to 90 or something? I don't really even know how to get to 90 here, though. I don't know what I would do. It's probably just the side setup. I think it works. So it's probably actually not that hard. I could have still probably sent it.
He gold picked him at 95. I mean, to be fair, Infume's really fucking consistent at 0, but...
I got to 95 though. Did he stand up on the thing? No. I don't know why I didn't just do that. I just like counted wrong twice. I was like in my head about it.
Is Curryway gonna notice the... I don't know, what's like some other weird ranked thing that you wouldn't think about playing regular runs?
It's like pretty tight, yeah.
The treasure quadrants.
I just suck. No big deal. You got a gold pick. Oh, sure. Wow, I would have one of these.
He does 4 buckets for salmon. Dude, holy fuck, yeah, I'm gonna miss that one. You wouldn't want to watch both this and well, their match just ended, unfortunately. I'm just chugging this whole Pepsi because I hate the feeling of Pepsi on my teeth and my tongue and my mouth, and I just want to drink it all at once so that it gets that feeling goes away. Is Beef live? On alt? Alright, that's more interesting than what I'm doing right now. Let's see. Like, low-key, I swear somebody could just do this as a stream where you just pull up like the two ranked matches that are going that are like top runners and just like fucking start commentating, and this could just be a stream. Like, if there's enough cures.
If that one got wandered a little closer, I would have. But he was not where I wanted him to be.
Start rapping. I suck at commentary though. Oh my god. Beef Salad running through the terrain. Feinberg running around the terrain. See who's faster. Never mind. Yo, chill. Is it really that bad? Guys, come on. Be honest. Be honest. It was pretty good. Come on. Feinberg gets the Bastion advancement, but he's at the lower manhunt. Oh, he's gonna go down to play the manhunt route, and he finds a chest. Oh, Beef Salad is going backwards. Wait, what the fuck are they doing? Oh, and they looted the exact same chest, and Beef Salad took a little bit of a hit there. And Feinberg needs one iron nugget, and he looted the middle. Thank you, WCom. Oh, and he looted the same chest, and they both don't have enough iron still. Oh, and Feinberg got the iron pickaxe from the double chest at the bottom. Oh, and Beef Salad got the iron chest from the outside housing, so he may be able to play a slightly more clean manhunt route. But the unfortunate part is that he is dying to a piglin. What the fuck are we doing? Yeah, look, he popped the god apple. Beef Salad wasted all his food. He lost his seat already. Alright, wrap it up. It's fucking over. If Feinberg doesn't choke the 0, then it's over. The run is over. It's over.
He might have more
More what, Feinberg? More fucking what? More what? Say it! Okay. That's probably true, actually. Oh, this song, I would rather listen to it. Oh wait, let's actually listen to music. For bed. See if glowstone, hopefully. No, missed. Yeah, we did a little bit with SB and a bunch with Cub. This morning we did some with SB. Did you do predictions on tomorrow's matchup? Ooh, maybe I should. The problem with my predictions is that it's whoever's the favorite plus... Is that correct? He might have lost the dang Blaze Rod. I guess it's only 50% loses the Blaze Rod, and then even less so... Ah, this audio! Ah! Crackly audio fucking killing my ears. What is this? Okay. I think Sylvie wins. No.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's good. I just
Feinberg misplaced.
didn't register 6, or I clicked it too late.
Okay.
I haven't done this in like a fucking month, so it's fine. They just have to not strafe it.
W? W? W. Easy. W. W. Okay, wait, so all of these are so obvious. Oh, wait, probably W. 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 Biop's gonna die. Bro.
Whatever, man. That's stupid. Oh, shoot, man.
Make the whole bracket. It's more like there's a few guaranteed L's on the board. The good matches are going to be this one. This one actually might be pretty good.
I lose the game to this.
That's it. Why is it both my matches? Actually, no, this one. This one, this one.
Oh, maybe not.
I mean, I think Sleepy is just like really good. So maybe I feel like a quick, like an 18-hour session is like kind of hard to beat.
This is the last way I decided to go.
Losers. I definitely don't think Cub goes out today. Cub definitely does not go out today. Even if he loses this match. Like, any of the people in the 3 good matches, even if they lose their match, they're not going out today. Oh my god! Wait! It's lining up! It's lining up! No, Sleepy's... What the fuck? Feinberg 0. Did it fly? Was that his fault?
Can't believe that first bed's too early.
Yeah, I don't even... What? What did Infium do?
No, let's just hope he has the same situation. We're both good at Minecraft, I guess.
Go back.
How did that... How was that attached?
No, Sykkuno and Sylvie have not played, like, at all. And Jack Manifold has played once, I think, for 20 minutes. What the fuck is that?
I think that's a breach.
Wait, how'd he die, actually? He was, like, low-key really low. Why did he do that? How did he die? Wait, that's crazy. That's actually crazy that he died there. So, Anyway, they're lined up again. Like, how are they lined up? Come on, Hypnotic. What is happening? How are you still in Stronghold? I guess because Anchor, like... Anchor...
Battle of mid.
Maybe...